Nam quê hương tôi đẹp lắm, mặc lửa khói rơi xeo tháng năm. Người Việt Nam da nâu mắt đen, thảo thơm vẫn phất như cành sen. Việt Nam ơi quê hương ta ơi, biển lúa chín vàng thơm ngát trời. Vọng tiếng ai hò vì nhớ con đò ơi. Dậy với tôi nào, dạo với tôi nào, dạo khắp một vòng Việt Nam. Nhìn non sông trời vón đất võ, cùng với tôi nào, dạo với tôi nào, dạo khắp một vòng Việt Nam. Come with me, we'll travel around Việt Nam. Dậy với tôi nào, dạo với tôi nào, dạo khắp một vòng Việt Nam. Nhìn non sông trời vón đất võ, cùng với tôi nào, dạo với tôi nào, dạo khắp một vòng Việt Nam. Come with me, we'll travel around Việt Nam. Dậy với tôi nào, dạo với tôi nào, dạo khắp một vòng Việt Nam. Nhìn non sông trời vón đất võ, dậy với tôi nào, dạo với tôi nào, dạo khắp một vòng Việt Nam. Come with me, we'll travel around Việt Nam. Come with me, we'll travel around Việt Nam. Come with me, we'll travel around Việt Nam.
Wow, what a beautiful performance. Sorry for our technical problem. Now, let's please enjoy a captivating duet performance that blends poetry and music titled Âm thanh and giọng nói, Sounds and Voice, poem by Professor Trần Phan Trung Thủy, music by Nguyễn Hồng Sơn, performer Đông Triều and singer Mi Hà. That was an amazing performance, beautifully bringing together sounds, voice, and emotion. Thank you, everyone. A very warm welcome to our distinguished guest, delegate, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Federation of ORL Society, Asia ORL HNS Federation, and Vietnamese Society of Otorhinolaryngology Conference and Training, taking place at the Tâm Anh Research Institute Hall, Tâm Anh General Hospital. At the outset, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend a heartfelt greeting and best wish for your health and success to all our honored guests and delegates present here today. We sincerely hope that you will have an enriching and memorable experience throughout this event. Dear esteemed guests, the purpose of this conference is to foster the exchange of knowledge and experience, as well as to provide the latest update in the field of otorhinolaryngology in the clinical practice. In this spirit, the Vietnamese Society of Otorhinolaryngology, in collaboration with the International Federation of ORL Society and the Asia ORL HNS Federation and Tâm Anh General Hospital, has come together to organize this important conference and training.
Recording in progress.
This event brings together leading experts in otorhinolaryngology, both from within Vietnam and around the world, offering a dynamic platform for in-depth discussion and the sharing of cutting-edge, practical, scientific knowledge. Presenting at our event today is our great honor to introduce the distinguished guests and delegate. On behalf of the International Federation of ORL Society, it is my honor to introduce Professor Bernard Fraser, President of the International Federation of ORL Society. Professor Ozgut Jigit, Vice President of IFOS, President of Turkish Society of Otorhinolaryngology, Head and Neck Surgery. Professor Angel Ramos Macias, General Secretary of IFOS. Associate Professor Vincent Coulson, Regional Secretary of Australia and Pacific of IFOS. Professor Milan Profan, Consular of IFOS. Professor Manuel Maric Roribici, Head of Otorhinolaryngology Department, Clinical University de Navarra. On behalf of the ASEAN ORL HNS Federation, it's my honor to introduce Professor Chen Phan Chung Thuy, President of ASEAN ORL HNS Federation. Professor Sokiman Sokin, former President of ASEAN ORL HNS Federation. Dr. Harvinder Singh Dalab Singh, former President of ASEAN ORL HNS Federation. On behalf of the Vietnamese Society of Otorhinolaryngology, it's my honor to introduce Associate Professor Trần Minh Trường, Vice President of Vietnamese Society of Otorhinolaryngology. Associate Professor Trần Viet Luân, General Secretary of Vietnamese Society of Otorhinolaryngology. And our distinguished guest, is my honor to introduce Associate Professor Nguyễn Thị Ngọc Dung, Vice President of Vietnam Medical Association, President of Ho Chi Minh City Medical Association. Professor Patrice Trần Bá Huy, President of the French National Academy of Medicine. Professor Amagan Isesulu, Department of Otorhinolaryngology, Head and Neck Surgery. Professor Mahmoud Taya Kausioglu, Head of ORL HNS Department, Istanbul University. Professor Sekhan Ohan, Otorhinolaryngology Specialist, Memorable Basilever Hospital. And our many other guests of honor. On behalf of Tâm Anh General Hospital, it's my honor to introduce Associate Professor Phạm Hùng Cường, Vice Director at Tâm Anh Hospital. Furthermore, the organizing committee would like to formally introduce the esteemed professor, associate professor, doctor, and specialists who are serving as moderator, panelist, and speaker at today's conference. In particular, we would like to acknowledge the presence of over 200 healthcare professionals and delegates in the auditorium of Tâm Anh General Hospital. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to all. Ladies and gentlemen, to acknowledge this moment, I would like to invite Professor Trần Phan Trung Thủy, President of Asia ORL HNS Federation and President of Vietnamese Society of Otorhinolaryngology, to the stage and deliver the opening speech. Please join me in offering a welcome to Professor Trần Phan Trung Thủy.
Distinguished guests, Professor, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this second joint training course of IFOS and Asia's ORL Federation and Vietnamese ORL Society here today and tomorrow in Ho Chi Minh City. With the participation that I can see here in this morning from a lot of you here coming from very far Europe, Australia, Turkey and neighboring Asia, and a lot of our ENT fellows from around country. Over the next 2 days, I believe we will engage in a lot of discussion and presentation that will not only enhance our skill and understanding of ENT practices, but also foster collaboration and networking among professionals in the fields. Our goal is to provide advanced knowledge and practical experiences in otolaryngology, ultimately improve patient care and outcomes. The Vietnamese ORL Society, together with Asia's ORL Federation, with our very active role and participation in the region and the work of ENT training and collaboration. We commit to provide a fitting backdrop for this gathering of international ENT experts and encourage you all to take advantages of this opportunity to not only learn from each other, but also to explore and appreciate a beautiful and hospitality of vibrant city of Ho Chi Minh City. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of IFOS, sponsors and partners who have made this event possible. Your dedication and support have helped to create a platform for learning and sharing and growth in our field. I also deep gratitude to Professor Bernard Fraser, Professor Enzo Ramos, Professor Pratit Chanbahui, Professor Milan Profond, Professor Vincent Cousin, and all professors and Tâm Anh General Hospital for supporting us to do this event special. I wish you all a productive and inspiring experience at the International Federation of ENT course in Vietnam. Let's work together to elevate the standards of care in otolaryngology and make the lasting impact on the health and well-being of our patients. Finally, I wish our training course will be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Trần Phan Trung Thủy, for your inspiring and heartfelt opening speech. Next, on behalf of the organizing committee, it's my great pleasure to introduce and invite Associate Professor Phạm Hùng Cường, the Vice Director of Tâm Anh General Hospital, to the stage to deliver his welcome speech for the conference and training course. Thank you.
Kính chào quý thầy cô, các bạn đồng nghiệp đến dự buổi hội thảo và đào tạo chuyên ngành tai mũi họng do Liên đoàn Tai mũi họng quốc tế, Liên hiệp Hội Tai mũi họng Asian và Hội Tai mũi họng Việt Nam liên kết tổ chức tại Bệnh viện Đa khoa Tâm Anh, thành phố Hồ Chí Minh. Tôi xin phép phát biểu bằng tiếng Anh để chào mừng các bạn đồng nghiệp quốc tế. Xin phép. Yeah. Good morning, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to our hospital for this significant conference on otorhinolaryngology. We are honored to host such a gathering of brilliant minds and dedicated professionals in the field. This conference represents a unique opportunity for us to learn knowledge, to discuss the latest advancement, and to collaborate on innovative approaches to improve patient care. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our speaker and the organizing committee for their hard work and dedication in making this event possible. As we embark on this journey of learning and discovery, I encourage each of you to engage actively, share your insights, and forge a new connection. Together, we can advance our understanding and enhance the quality of care we provide to our patients. Thank you, and I wish you a productive and enriching conference. Kính chúc các thầy cô, các bạn đồng nghiệp có 2 ngày hội thảo bổ ích tại Bệnh viện Đa khoa Tâm Anh, thành phố Hồ Chí Minh. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn quý vị.
Thank you, Associate Professor Phạm Hùng Cường. Now we have a special guest that would like to share a few words. May I present Professor Angel Ramos to the stage and deliver his welcome speech.
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation and mostly for the organization of this great meeting. I mean, it seems to be easy to organize a meeting like this, and I can say that it is easy when you have a great person being in front, like Professor Tui. She has been very well dedicated to the organizing this meeting, and of course, for IFOS is a great opportunity to meet our colleagues all over the world. To present what is IFOS Action, what is mainly an educational body that organizes also this kind of meeting, not only the great big meeting in Istanbul in 2 years, but also this kind of meetings. Our main purpose is the educational, and for that we have a specific body, which is the Educational Committee, that this is directed by Professor Bernard Freys and Professor Milan Profant. They are doing an extremely good job in these actions, so we are proud to be here. We are proud to collaborate, and we are proud to be here in order to share with you not only the things we're going to say here in the podium, but also you can find us in the corridors, in the lounge. You can reach us, you can talk with us, because this is very important. Also, it's important to see very young faces, and IFOS has an extraordinary group of persons who are young IFOS, the young IFOS people. Today, more than 1,500 members in IFOS, young people below the age of 40, 45. So I would like to say all of you that are interested in this group that participate in education, formation, training to be involved. I will contact you with this body that it is extraordinary the work they are doing. So finally, I only want to say again, thank you, Professor Tui, and all your team for organizing this extraordinary meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, our opening ceremony has come to a close. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to your participation. We wish you all good health and continuous success in your professional endeavor. We now invite you to proceed to session 1, Global Audiology. We kindly request the moderator to take their seat in the front row as we begin this important session. Thank you. We would like to invite Professor Bernard Fraser, Professor Angel Ramos Macias to the front row to begin this session. We would like to invite Professor Trần Phan Trung Thủy, Associate Professor Nguyễn Thị Ngọc Dung to the front row to begin this session.
For this enjoyable introduction and your wonderful organization. We will start right now the session, and the first speaker supposed to be online is Mark Lawrence. Just a few words about this session. This session is normally in connection with WHO, and IFO since a long time has clear relation with WHO, and the idea to have a relation with WHO is to promote education in hearing healthcare in general. I mean, by that we mean access to hearing aid, pathway, organization. So I will leave Mark Lawrence, which is a member of WHO, very active, to give these two talks, one on safety and the other one on economy. So Mark, if you are online, the audience is ready to listen to you. Mr. Lawrence online? And the first talk of Mark should be Make Listening Safe. Okay, we have it. Welcome, Mark. We saw you.
So if you can just confirm that you can hear me loud and clear, you should also see my slide. Is that correct? Okay, let me just kick off right away. My name is Mark Lawrence, and I want to present to you the Make Listening Safe initiative from the World Health Organization and the Make Listening Safe workstream. And I'm very happy that we get the opportunity, and I want to thank Professor Fraisse and the organizing committee to allow me to share this information. Now, the Make Listening Safe initiative is something that has already started in 2015. It's a technical group of experts that's invited to the World Health Organization, and they create reports and standards and all the information on safe listening, but with a focus on non-occupational or leisure aspects of safe listening. Next to that, we also have the Make Listening Safe initiative. And the workstream, sorry, and that started in 2019. It's a group of stakeholders, and the goal is to communicate all the wonderful things that WHO is doing. They are gathered in the World Hearing Forum, and the idea is to spread the word and to make sure that in all the parts of the world we are seen, we are active, and we can share the information. To make that even better, we also created the Make Listening Safe LinkedIn group that started in 2020. By the way, you're all invited to join this LinkedIn group. It's for interaction and information to a platform of experts. So all the novelties we'll have will be presented on that LinkedIn group and will be shared, and all the information is controlled. Now, the goal of this work stream is quite bold. We want to create a world where nobody's hearing is put in danger due to unsafe listening. I think that's kind of a bold statement, and that's what we want to go for. Now let's start with the initiative. So as I told you, we really focus on non-occupational or leisure sound and noise exposure. Now we all know that next to that, and I think that's why we create standards, the standards for safe listening, global standard for safe listening venues. But next to that, you also have occupational noise and sound experience. And that exposure can also lead to hearing damage. Next to that, you also have environmental sound and noise exposure. That can also lead to damage. So WHO is active on all those fronts. We have documents on occupational sound exposure. We have documents and standards here from WHO Europe on environmental sound and noise exposure. And we do, of course, know that they all add up. Our cochlea doesn't care where the sound is coming from. The moment it's overexposed, it's leading to an issue. Now, the reason we focus on non-occupational with the Make Listening Safe initiative is that there are very little and very few regulations in place. This is a part that has not been handled very actively, and that is why the focus is there for this specific group. So the first thing that was created in 2018 was the WHO Safe Listening Standard for Devices and Systems, joined with the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union. In fact, the two documents are nearly identical. The WHO version has more fancy visuals, more wider public oriented. ITU has a more technical view, more for engineers and companies to implement it, but the content and the logic is the same. This was also followed in 2019 by safe listening for personal sound amplifiers to ensure that they are safe and don't cause any hearing damage. And then at World Hearing Day 2022, we launched the WHO Global Standard for Safe Listening Venues and Events. What's coming next? Well, we hope that soon, and that should be for World Hearing Day 2025, we will have a new standard ready, and that's the ITU and WHO standard for video game play and sports. And you will hear more about that in a second. Now, the logic of all those standards is that we don't focus anymore on the maximum output because that has been done before. We really focus on exposure, all the sound that arrives. And since it's a mix by the level of the sound and the duration of the sound, the idea is to measure that constantly. So what is happening here? We do a rolling average of all the exposure that is happening day by day, and we do it on a weekly basis. And then we add up, and there's a logic that we have in the safety aspect. Mode 1 for adults and people who are not specifically sensitive is that you should keep your exposure limited to 80 dBA over 40 hours a week. Now we use what we call the equal energy principle. So the moment you double the energy, which means adding 3 dB, then instead of 40 hours exposure, you can only have 20 hours exposure. 86, only 10 hours of exposure. And if you would go up to 107 dBA, you could only be exposed for 4.5 minutes a week before you have a risk of hearing damage. Now, this is not the only one, because we also have a mode 2. And mode 2 is intended for sensitive users, children, but also people with diabetes, people with tinnitus, people with hyperacusis. They need a more safe level at that moment to avoid consequences. And there the logic is set at 75 dBA for 40 hours a week. So 5 dB lower than for the average public at that moment, with the same logic and equal energy principle as before. Now, it's not enough to have an idea on how to standardize it. You also have to inform the public and the people. And that is why the weekly dose should be informed. We should inform the public on what safe listening is. We also have to say what is in there. And here you see examples of devices where they calculate your weekly dose and they state that you're doing fine, you only have half your dose. Here you see that you exceeded the dose. That can happen on a smartphone when you listen with your earbuds, but can also be measured with a smartwatch. And if you click on your health app, then in many devices today, you can see if your exposure is okay, your exposure per day, and even with which kind of earbuds or earpieces you have been listening. Next to that, in 2022, we created the WHO standard for safe listening venues and events. Now, of course, we know that live music is difficult to keep within the 80 dBA logic. We know that. And that is why for this specific standard, it's important to measure the sound, and that's why monitoring is important, and to limit it to max 100 dB LAQ 15 minutes. So measured over 15 minutes, it should never exceed 100 dB LAQ. That is important. In that standard, we also show how to measure that, how to monitor that. And this has been supported by the Audio Engineering Society to do things right and have a very good information. But also your venues need to be ready for safe listening and for good sound quality. To give you an example, if you have a huge event, and you have big loudspeakers in front of the stage, right? But then there's a wide public behind it. The people standing just in front of the loudspeakers will get huge exposure and will hear the sound, the music way too loud, while the people at the rear will have a problem hearing. And that is why you will see in many of those big events and concerts that you have these curved loudspeakers that spread the energy evenly over the whole crowd, which is giving you a much better sound quality, a better distribution, and also makes it a lot easier to maintain a safe listening environment. Now, of course, we know that 100 dB LAQ is too much, and that is why it needs to be combined with hearing protection if you're reaching those levels. In the standard, we also state that the disposable foam hearing protection is maybe not the best for a concert because it will kill too much the high frequencies. And we advise high fidelity hearing protection that can be instant used or custom made, but to make sure that the experience is much better, it's also more sustainable so people don't throw it away and they should have it on them all the time. What is new in this standard, and you don't see that implementation in many countries and many other rules, is that we strongly advise to use quiet zones. Because since it's a combination of the sound level and the time of exposure, if you can give your ears a rest, that will be very helpful. And of course, a lot of people enjoy that. And you know that the public really likes the fact that you have quiet zones where you can give your ears a rest. And then the last point in the standard is the provision of training and information to the staff working at the venue, but also to the audience, inform them what is happening. And we know that the well-informed staff experiencing what it is will be much more open-minded into helping people to keep their ears safe and to promote safe listening. Now, the next standard we're working on right now, and that's already in a fairly far stage, is the standard on safe listening for gaming and esports. Here you see one of the evaluations here in one of the publications of WHO, where we looked into the risk that people are running when they are very active game players compared to people who are hardly ever playing a game or very rarely. And we see that in that evaluation, the people reporting active game playing see that the risk of self-reported hearing loss will increase by about 6%. Self-reported tinnitus will increase by about 52%. And if you measure the high-frequency hearing, then you see the risk of the odds ratio that they get hearing loss is 2.2. That means that you have more than double the risk of occurring a high-frequency hearing loss if you are a very active game player. Now, that was enough to work together with the gaming associations, the esport associations, the manufacturers of that equipment, and the manufacturers of all the games as such, the software of the games. We did do this work together because that gets the best results. And that is why we have a standard that allows you to make a game, to play a game in a safe way, because the players need to be able to do things as they can and enjoy the game, but doing it in a very safe way. And this is what all this standard is about. So hopefully you will all be there on the 3rd of March, 2025 at World Hearing Day, and then this standard should be launched and communicated. Now, what about the Make Listening Safe workstream, right? Communication towards all the stakeholders. Well, it has multiple objectives, and the first objective is to increase awareness on the importance of safe listening and change behavior for the target group. And the target group are young people, because that's the ones where we need to approach first. So we need to motivate them and inform them and encourage them to use hearing protection. But we also see it's very important to have school programs, and starting at very young age. Now we have a focus on, WHO is right now developing videos for the use in schools, focused on young children between 8 and 12 years old. By the way, if you know teachers teaching in that grade, please contact us. We want to have their opinion and be sure that those videos are working for those children, because that's the moment they really enjoy information on safe listening, enjoy playing with sound. And that's what we want to focus on a lot. We also convince musicians to talk about the reason why to keep your ears safe, to promote safe listening, because it's a lot more interesting if their favorite musician is telling them how to do it and is promoting safe listening than if somebody else would be doing that. And then we see that it's very important to give young people good information. Now, if I see my students where they go and check their information, they of course read the literature, but they typically like social media. And they also typically like chatbots, because artificial intelligence is a very easy way to get information. Now, a good way to be sure that the artificial intelligence chatbots get good information is to create a good quality Wikipedia page. And that's what we did. We have a Wikipedia page for Make Listening Safe, where all the information is gathered in multiple languages. If you want to help us translate it in your language, please reach out, because we need a lot of hands. We know that if it's in the local language, it works better. We also have a Make Listening Safe digital campaign that was launched in London last year that has great effect and is really promoting safe listening in a positive way. We have the Make Listening Safe LinkedIn group, so please come and join us and be part of that LinkedIn group. And we're also looking at other social media actions. We need young people to help us there, because if you want to reach the young people, you have to involve them. First, we thought that Facebook might be a good idea, but then young people told us, well, Facebook is only interesting for old people that want to behave young. But young people use different meals and different social media activities, and we need to look into that. Next to that, the second objective is to convince the manufacturers of smartphones, manufacturers of headphones, manufacturers of games, to implement all these standards and to make sure that their equipment is compatible. And we're very lucky, because we found one of the bigger players starting right away. It had a domino effect, and now we see more and more of the other big players are joining, which is great. I think a lot of equipment, a lot of smartphones, a lot of smart headphones are already implementing it, and we know that game manufacturers are also moving into that direction. And the other thing we do, we ensure that all the other safety standards existing from ISO, from IEC, from Senelec are all aligned, and that we really use the same logic, that this 80 dBA exposure for 40 hours per week is the basic logic of all those standards. And it's a lot easier for manufacturers if all the standards are aligned. So there's extra work on that we're doing right now. Level 3, and that's where we really need your help, is to educate and advocate with governments and policymakers, because that needs to be done locally. And at that moment, we really want to create also safe listening sessions at multiple conferences. That's why we are so grateful that we are allowed to promote the Make Listening Safe initiative here at your wonderful IFOS conference here in Vietnam. We're so happy to be there. We also had the chance to present it at the World Conference of Audiology. We could also present it in Latin America. We could also present it in Dubai. All the opportunities we use to do this, and we really do so. So if you have a session, if there's a conference, please help us to promote safe listening, because we need to spread the word to get things done. And then last, we also really work very close with sound engineers, musicians, recording companies to promote safe listening and to implement it locally. We have a very good cooperation with the Audio Engineering Society, where we could open their session in Copenhagen on music-induced hearing disorders. We want to promote safe listening, and you see also at the Cannes Film Festival, there's a special prize for the best sound design. We need to celebrate that. There's a UNESCO Week of Sound promoting all the experiences of sound and safe listening, and we have to promote those good examples. And the latest development now is there's a HELA project, Healthy Ears Limited Annoyance, where there's good training sessions organized for everybody interested on how to implement and create safe listening venues and events. So this is a snapshot of what we are doing, and hopefully you can help us. So first of all, please don't wait. Please go and check in LinkedIn. If you see the Make Listening Safe LinkedIn group, this is the number, and I hope we can share the handout. Please come and join us, and we will make sure to allow you so we can give you all the information and the latest information on safe listening. Please come and visit the Make Listening Safe Wikipedia page. Come and see what it's doing. And why don't you come and join us at the World Hearing Forum? You're all very welcome. All the people involved in ear and hearing care are great advocates for what we are doing. So thank you again for allowing us to bring this message to you, and hopefully we can.
Thank you very much, Mark. Just a word, all the information that you have today is on the website of IFOS. So if you go on the training course, Ho Chi Minh, and you download the slide, you will get all the information from all the conference. So all the information that you get from Mark is on the website of IFOS on training course Ho Chi Minh 2024. So do you have any question for Mark? Mark is not hearing me? I don't know. Mark? So if not, maybe we can move to the next. Could we move to the next presentation, economic, from Mark? You have all the information on the website.
Move to the economic impact of hearing loss, the different systems of hearing management, of course with focus on Southeast Asia. So that's where we'll run through. Now, when you talk about evaluating hearing loss, there's different ways of doing this. And one way is to use questionnaires, to use self-reported hearing loss. If you look at that at the wider scale, we typically see that about 10% of the populations in most countries report having problems with hearing, and that is floating between 7 and 12. Another way to do it is to measure hearing loss, and you then take the audiogram, and then mostly it's based on soft pure sounds, but to be honest, it could also be done with a speech and noise test. That may be even more interesting. The issue is, of course, that you have a much wider spread because it all depends on your calculation of your average hearing loss, which has some differences depending on where you go. Both are interesting and both are valuable. The good thing about self-reported is that it automatically ensures that you have acceptance, because before you report you have a hearing problem, you have already agreed that there's an issue, right? While measuring, maybe that your audiogram isn't okay, but if you don't experience it, then the risk is that you won't do anything about it. That's one of the risks. Now, let me just give an overview of self-reported hearing loss in Europe. You can also find it in the Getting the Numbers Right document that's freely available at multiple of our sites. And what we see is, if you look in Europe, there's an interesting correlation between the population being 65 years and older, right, and the prevalence of hearing loss. And we see that the younger populations in Europe, which is Ireland and Luxembourg, there you see a fairly low prevalence of self-reported hearing loss. While if you go to the older age groups in Europe, which is Italy and Croatia, there you see a higher prevalence of hearing loss, with the average about in the middle, and then you see some spreads around the world. So that's what we see here, and this is based on Eurotrack, where it's now based on the surveys between 2019 2023, which includes about 157,000 subjects in that overview. So there's an interesting trend that you can see here. Now, since it's linked to people over 65, that is why we have created the aging pyramid for Southeast Asia. And you see in the year 2000 in Southeast Asia, the big majority of the population was in the young group, right? Between 0 and 20 years, that was the biggest group. Now in 2025, we see a very different distribution. We see it's much more evenly distributed up to 40 years, right? And if you look at the projection for 2050, we see that in fact that older group will become more and more prevalent. And that can have significant consequences. We see about the same trend in Europe, although I think we already advanced from this one, moving to this group, and Europe seems to have a problem shortly that there will be much more, an average, much more people above 65 compared to the group under that. What about Vietnam? Well, we see about the same distribution, right? So you see in 2000, the majority very young people, and we see now a move to more people being over 60. And I think that group is growing quite rapidly. So if you look at the growth of the population over 65, you see that in Vietnam, it will move from 6% in 2000 to 20% in 2050, quite a rapid growth. The same goes for Southeast Asia. You see a quite rapid increase. In Europe, the increase is slowing down a little, right? But we also see an increase. And I think that increase is something to take into account. Because since the prevalence of hearing loss is linked to age as well, we see the same trends in the prevalence of self-reported hearing loss. Now, we shouldn't be too negative. It's not that in average per age, more people have hearing loss today. That is not what we see. But since we live longer and there's more people at the higher age group, the consequence is that you will also have more older people with hearing loss. So that's a kind of a positive problem. It's because we live longer. But the consequence is that the need for ear and hearing care is growing rapidly around the globe. Now, this is only in percentages. But if you look at the WHO communication on the prevalence of measured hearing loss, here you see greatly that, in fact, although the percentage in Europe is growing, the population in Southeast Asia is much more important. You have a much bigger population, larger population, and the estimation is that in 2050, there will be 185 million people in Southeast Asia needing hearing care, having hearing problems. So I think there's a lot of work to be done. Now, what should we do about it? And if you look at the World Report on Hearing, there's a very important quote. We should not see ear and hearing care as a cost. We should see ear and hearing care as a healthy investment. The return on investment in Southeast Asia for ear and hearing care is 6 to 1. So for every international dollar you invest, you get $6 in return. This is also what you can find in the WHO report. And you can also find that in the World Report on Hearing, where we see the return on investment of ear and hearing care in Southeast Asia. So yes, it's important to do that and to do it thoroughly. Now, what is the cost of untreated hearing loss? Of course, if you have an untreated hearing loss, there's a risk of communication. But multiple studies have already shown that this has huge impact on health. Imagine that you need surgery and you want to get information, and you see that the information is not spread correctly. The mortality after surgery is much higher for people with untreated hearing loss than for people who can communicate well because of not being well informed and not giving the correct information. Social isolation, a big issue these days. There's a strong correlation between untreated hearing loss and the increase of social isolation. Linked to loneliness, not so surprising. Depression occurs more frequently. Employment and burnout. So I think if you don't hear that well, at that moment you will need to do much more effort at work. The risk that you will get burnout and retire earlier is a lot higher if you have untreated hearing loss. Psychosocial and cognitive health, quality of life, and now, as you may have heard, the link between hearing and cognition, the risk of dementia. All these things are correlated and linked, and that is what we need to prevent as much as possible, or at least to delay as much as possible. Now, what can we do about it? Well, it all starts with prevention, ensuring that we don't get a hearing loss. And that is because with early ear and hearing care, of course, but also with implementing standards, making sure that young people can use their devices and systems in a safe way. If people use personal amplifiers, that you do it in a safe way. If you go into a concert, that you can enjoy your concert without destroying your ears. That's, of course, essential and important. Next one is awareness and screening. And we highly recommend the handbook, the hearing screening considerations for implementation from WHO, stating clearly that, of course, the focus should be on newborns and infants. Do this as soon as possible. School-based hearing screening, essential, but also for adults. For adults between 50 and 64 years, the recommendation from WHO is to screen their ears every 5 years. The moment they're above 65 years, every 1 to 3 years. Align that with other health checks to make it possible. And then, of course, intervention. An intervention should be timely and appropriate. And of course, you're all the expert and specialists. So, and I'm sure that Professor Fraise will also talk about how intervention and evaluation of intervention is done in the next talk. Know that intervention is very cost efficient, right? Very cost effective, a return on investment of 6 to 1. And also make sure it's person-centered care. Be sure that the person is involved, the patient is involved, that you use patient-reported outcome measures. So they're all involved into this, and we make sure that it's as effective as possible. So yes, what about reimbursement systems? What is the impact we have here? And this is also what you will find in the Getting the Numbers Right document. In Europe, we see 3 groups of countries. We see countries where the healthcare system does not get any funding for people with mild hearing loss. And if you don't get funding for people with mild hearing loss, the chance that people will start using hearing aids for mild hearing loss is, of course, very low. There are other countries where mild hearing loss is covered, and then you will see that more people will start using hearing aids with a mild hearing loss. And then you also have the public systems where mild hearing loss is covered, and then free of charge services by the government are given by a public system, and then you see another increase. Interestingly, this has also impact on the use of hearing aids and hearing care for moderate hearing loss. You see the same trend, right? You see it right away. And unfortunately, this even boils down to the uptake for severe hearing loss. So that is kind of strange that it has this impact. And that is why we are convincing more and more governments to really start investing and allowing an access to hearing care for people with mild hearing loss. Now, you can say, well, the state system is bad, the public system is best because it has a higher percentage. That is true, but it comes at a cost, because the issue is that for public systems, typically the freedom of choice is lower. Person-centered care is more difficult to give because of the heavy time strain, and there's long waiting lists. And then we see that the overall satisfaction is somewhat lower. So you need to balance that right, how to do it correctly. There's ups and downs for all, but at least the given is, please make sure that from mild hearing loss onwards, there is access to hearing care so people start using solutions in the best possible way. Now, to conclude this part, because we made this one a little shorter, there's a lot of standards and laws in place in function of prevention. But we also need to change behavior. It's not because you have a standard or a regulation it's happening. People need to change behavior, and that is why we need the World Hearing Forum and your support to be sure that we promote it. This is the basis for the Safe Listening campaign from WHO. And of course, all hearing care professionals need to be promoters. We need you to help us promote it in the best possible way. Then we have awareness, and pediatric screening is, of course, very important. That is a priority. Followed by school screening programs to be sure that we make sure that our children get the best possible care in due time to ensure that they get and develop themselves as good as possible. But don't forget, also adult screening is important from the year 50 onwards. We know that in-person screening can be quite difficult and challenging, but more and more we see that there are self-test procedures that can be used that can be very cost-effective. So from the age of 50, we should start screening all adults in the best possible way. And then, of course, intervention is important. We need to do that in a timely manner. It's very cost-effective. It's important for education and language development. It's important for keeping a job and having a job. And hearing care must be seen also as a modifiable risk factor for dementia, dependence, and social isolation for people at risk. Thank you so much for your attention. I wish you a very good succession of this.
Alo, không nghe Thủy ơi. Alo, alo, alo. Thank you very much, Professor Mark Lawrence, for the very interesting presentation. So now, thank you. So now, So now we would like to invite Professor Bernard Freys and Professor Angel Ramos Messia for the introduction of IFOS Global Educational Mission. Thank you. Please, Professor Bernard Freys. Alo, 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 áo, áo.
I just want to confirm what already Angel Ramos says. Thank you sincerely for this outstanding meeting. And the goal of educational meeting of IFOS is to promote our field and to promote everywhere in the world to all generations with the IFOS and each specialty. For instance, we have in the same time this year an NNA course in South Africa, we have a temporal bone course in Harare, and we have many webinars going on. So the idea is to promote all our field in the specialty. So my talk today is just to give an overview of hearing aid and to give an overview to introduce the roundtable on access of hearing aid. And this work is based on, with some of the scientists of my department, on the data set of Amplifon, including 169,000 patients, on which we have 110,000 with hearing aid. And for each of these patients, we have the medical background, hearing test, I will come back to that, and the type of technology and fitting that is used. So As a test, we have, of course, a pure tone audiogram. We have a speech in quiet. And in noise, we use an adaptive test called the IN test. Just as an information, until -1 decibel is normal. And an improvement in noise is when patients get more than 2 decibel. And 2 decibel means 20 to 30% of improvement in noise. So the general population, male and female are more or less the same. The age in our country for the first screening is 73 years old. And the mean pure tone audiogram is already a moderate hearing loss, which is 50 decibel. The delay before the first symptom and access to the first rehabilitation is in half of the patient around 5 years. If we look at the impact of socioeconomic, what means socioeconomic? I mean, in our country we have poor area and rich area. And what we did, we compare the access from the less deprived area based on health, education, employment, income, to the richest area. And when we compare these two populations, access to hearing aid, we found that there is a 15 years difference between the most deprived to the less deprived population. So in this situation, patient came 15 years later in the most deprived area. That is a very interesting slide. During this period of time, we have a free access of hearing aid. Patients have not to pay. And we compare in blue the population where they have to pay to the population in orange where they have a free access. What we found on this slide, then the volume increase, we increase of 70% of access. But that doesn't change anything of the age of first fitting, which is 7 years old. That doesn't change the degree of hearing loss. That's 1 decibel is not significant. And that was moving the most deprived population was 28% when he was with charge, compared without charge to 30%. So the volume increased, but some of the parameters didn't change at all. So for this first epidemiological message is delay in access to hearing rehabilitation, even with free funding, underlines the importance of screening. Socioeconomic status has an impact on patient capacity to access of hearing technology. It is therefore essential to adapt the information for different levels of literacy. Now, let's go and discuss about hearing aid technology. I will say some word. Global outcome, the impact of, let's say, basic hearing aid compared to high-level hearing aid, the impact of patient, duration of wearing hearing aid, and I will make some focus on severe hearing loss. So the global outcome show that before fitting, patient have 51 decibel loss. After fitting 40, so the main hearing gain is 11 decibel. The main improvement in noise is 3.1 decibel. And after fitting, 75% of the population have less than 2 decibel after fitting. When we go in more detail, this slide is important. In blue, after the zero is improving, 1 decibel, 2 decibel, 3 decibel in noise. So we have 75% on this overall population who has been improved. 21 with hearing aid didn't improve at all. And we have 5% of patients who are deteriorate with the hearing aid. When we look at the profile of patients who improve, there is some difference according to the profile when we compare the ski slope to a plate audiogram. Now, in this slide, we compare the impact of very high technology compared to basic audiogram. Do basic audiogram has a difference in compared to the premium hearing aid, basic hearing aid compared to premium hearing aid. There is some difference in the profile audiometric from A to E. We compare in this patient who are more than 2 decibel improvement in noise, which is at least 30% of improvement in noise. And we see that patient with a low hearing on low frequency and who has a flat audiogram, he has improved. But if you go more in detail, it's depending on the number of patients. So probably basic hearing aid compared to premium hearing aid change, but the size of effect is very low. Let's continue. Duration of hearing aid is important. That is well known. Fitting is very important. We compare in quiet and in noise the hearing improvement when you get a binaural hearing compared to patient who has not been fitted in binaural. And that is really significant. So fitting in binaural is significant. So the message of the hearing aid outcome is first results provided by hearing aid are significant in terms of level of improvement as well as the percentage of patients. However, global results are heterogeneous, population must be interpreted, and we need to have some cluster, which is profile audiometric, and regular follow-up and fitting is critical to maximize the hearing aid result. Let's now make a small focus on severe hearing loss. In our country, the indication criteria for cochlear implant is mainly in quiet. So we decide an implant when patient with well-fitted hearing aid has a result in quiet at 60 decibel with hearing aid below 50%. That is our criteria since 20 years, done by our agency, the HAS. If we look at this population, to be simple, 80% of patients meeting the criteria of implantation were not referred. When we look at how we can improve this referral, and I will mention the excellent work done by Angel Ramos on living guideline. One of the suggestions was if patient has a pure tone audiogram below 60 decibel, he should be referred at least to have an evaluation as a potential candidate. And we look in this population what with the specificity and the sensitivity of the 60 decibel rule on this potential candidate. And in fact, the sensibility is 64%. Probably this rule of pure tone audiogram up to 60 decibel should be improved with some questionnaire. And the last slide on this cochlear implant candidacy, when we compare the candidacy, if we use noise instead of quiet, we increase the number of patients of 3 times. So today, I guess we should move, at least in our country, the criteria of implant not only in quiet, but also in noise, in patients with more than 9 decibel ratio of speech in noise. So, in conclusion, in routine assessment pure tone has a low specificity. It should be correlated to the specific patient questionnaire for cochlear implant. In this cohort, over 80% of patients who met the criteria for implantation were not referred. And this data suggests patients need a better counseling, health professional greater education, and referral process should be improved. So that is the general topic, and I will ask all the members of the roundtable to come, and we'll have a small roundtable. So Sue, Milan, Professor Manrique, we have on the roundtable Angel, of course, Sue, Vincent, because then you are on the roundtable. So we are based on this presentation. I will just open the discussion for 20 minutes on different topics. One is how we can improve early identification. The second question will be how we can make information accessible. I will ask how we can improve audiology criteria for adoption of hearing aid and cochlear implant. I will have some question about affordability and impact of cost and strategy to improve access. Let's start by the first slide. This first slide is coming from Sue. Sue is writing a lot of very nice information, and one is regarding screening in adult. And she brought the question, can we afford to wait any longer? And she brought another question, what evidence public health need to make the decision? So Sue, did you have answer to this question that you have brought?
Thank you very much for advertising that report, which needs to be updated. I think the date of that was 2015, and I'm very sad we haven't made any further progress. We said then, can we afford to wait any longer? Mark Lorenz made very strongly the case for adult hearing screening. Adult hearing screening over the age of 50, he is suggesting. I would suggest that as one gets older oneself, you may not believe it, but as you get older oneself, your hearing becomes more and more important, and you become very aware of people around you starting to lose their hearing. I think that we have the evidence that we know the figures, the impact of hearing loss as you get older. Mark showed the evidence. I don't need to show it anymore. Professor Frez made the evidence very clear. If we could incorporate in all public health services, in general practitioners, as we call them in the UK, in the community health services, we have the technology to assess hearing. We have the technology to assess one's own hearing. The technology is there on the World Health Organization's website. It's freely available. The World Health Organization has published several handbooks about screening, making the evidence. I don't need to do it. If we could make sure that people actually valued their hearing, and I'm of an age where I'm actually tested for many things routinely at my general practitioners. Am I tested for my hearing? No. But in fact, it has a huge impact as you're getting older. And so if we could incorporate adult hearing screening as a routine part of screening as people got older over the age of 50, that would actually normalize hearing. It would make hearing a real topic of conversation. It would be normal to have your hearing tested, like you have your eyes tested. So I think it's about time that we did that, and I'm extremely sad that our UK government, the USA government, haven't done that yet, because we do know, as Mark again showed, if you spend money on managing hearing loss well, you save society money and you change people's lives. So we feel that even politicians can understand that argument, which we call spend to save. Spend money on hearing loss, managing hearing loss well. We have the best hearing technologies that we've ever had. So I don't think there's any excuse for not moving forward. Thank you for giving me that opportunity.
So you are mentioning some program. There is a program, and I will ask Manuel also. We have a program with Professor Velas, which is the WHO program that we are having in our area. It's called ICOP program. Just one point of this figure, in 6 months, is an application that you can download. Is called ICOP. And in 6 months, we include 51,000 patients, but by more than 50 professionals. That means nurses, general practitioner, even granddaughter was doing the test. So Manuel, I know that in your program, you have developing since many years this kind of preventing screening adult program. Could you tell us a little bit more on what you are doing?
Yeah, we are working to start a clinical area in our hospital related with prevention in terms of hearing. So it's a new concept. It's you know, it's logic, but it's a very new concept for a hospital, because in hospital usually we treat diseases that are established in a terminal moment. So we try to first introduce the concept of primary prevention in hearing. So we try to avoid that the disease occur, but also we try to identify in an early stage hearing loss in middle ages of the life. So our program is addressed to people whose age is in between 40 to 60 years old. So we are now trying to introduce this new concept in a hospital. Just to say one thing, in terms of how to identify barriers, how to improve. So it's very important advocacy. Advocacy is very important, especially for you. So we need you for that. We need young people that think about hearing is important. It's very important also that you introduce this concept of early detection of hearing loss in adult patients. In children is clear, but also in adults. And well, this help from young people that is in the health systems at different levels is very, very important, just to increase that this evidence we have today arrive to the patients, arrive to the society.
I'm sorry. So I mentioned in my talk the problem of access of the most vulnerable population. I know that in Australia you are dealing with this situation not only for the difference in depreciation, but also geographically. How do you manage this vulnerable population? Did you have any secret? How do you organize in a large country like Australia this access?
There are probably three areas that we relate to. One would be people just living remotely from the cities. The second would be the indigenous population that lives remotely from the cities. And the third would be the many small countries in the Pacific, which is a different situation. Perhaps we'll leave that for the moment. The remoteness of where people live makes them not even adults, not necessarily interested in taking up new technology or having health assessments and so on. So there are many programs that are available in the cities that are also extended to the periphery, and generally people will take them up if they wish. From the point of view of hearing aids for the adult population, they're freely available if you qualify on certain financial levels. You have a special card, or over the age of 67, which is retirement age, you can get hearing aids covered by the government. For those that are interested, they can buy hearing aids at any time, and if they go to a regional centre or into major cities, they can access it. The issue of identification of hearing loss in the young population is important. Universal screening is almost now available across the country, even in remote centres. So identification of neonatal hearing loss is now very good, and referral to appropriate centres for intervention, possibly even implantation, is vastly better now than it was 20 years ago. The other, perhaps greater issue, although smaller in number, is managing the hearing loss in the indigenous population, and there are essentially two groups. There are the children, the little children, and then there are the older people, older school students and adults. The problem with hearing loss is that it's very frequently associated with chronic ear disease, and that's a major problem. And traditionally, there have been clinics and outreach programs that have gone out to centres peripherally, offering assessment, hearing testing, surgery if necessary, but it isn't always taken up, and there is an issue of cultural relevance that what the white man brings and says is good for you is not necessarily accepted. So there's a big program of Aboriginal health workers who live in the remote communities and are trained in assessing hearing or assessing health problems in general, and also hearing to aid early intervention programs. There are situations where children perhaps don't even go to school. They may have a hearing problem and then don't attend school, so that one of the places where hearing loss may be picked up in childhood would be at school. And it's a very hot country, and in many towns they've built swimming pools that are chlorinated, but the children are not allowed to go to the pool, the swimming pool, unless they go to school. So no school, no pool. And they're very keen to go swimming, so that it increased the attendance at school significantly, and therefore the identification of chronic ear disease and hearing problems. The intervention, once accepted, is freely available, and if surgery is required, if hearing aids are required, they're all available. But again, hearing aids are not necessarily seen as a normal thing culturally, both in children and in adults. So whilst these problems, we may call them problems, are small in number, they are frequently very severe for the individuals who have the hearing problem, and it's an ongoing issue, and it's a work in progress. But the whole program and the level of detection and the level of intervention has improved greatly in the last 20 years.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Next question is for our General Secretary, Professor Angel Ramos. We know that everywhere in the world there is clearly a barrier to access to cochlear implant. There is many barriers. There is financial barrier, there is audiological criteria, which are also barrier, and you have also referral, which is no. Could you want to comment a little bit on this barrier and difficulty to access of cochlear implant, even in country with cochlear implant is free?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I think, can you hear me? Yeah. So I think that, I mean, you're right, Bernard, you're completely right. Is there not only a financial barrier for cochlear implantation? More than that. First things that we have a lot of new indications that are not new. I mean, we are only thinking in cochlear implants in many countries, in those cases with bilateral, profound hearing loss with a long deprivation of hearing. So today we all know that it's not the best candidate for cochlear implants. And we are forgetting this kind of patients that have a unilateral hearing loss. Some of these cases are in children, or we are forgetting people that may have a cochlear implant even if they have some residual hearing that can be used for a cochlear implant, or patients with hearing loss and tinnitus. So this is another barrier regarding to the indications. So financial, but first one, of course. Second one, not everybody agree with this indication. Third is what is the main indication of a cochlear implant, which is the audiological criteria. So it also varies. Bernard presents a very good data. It is that almost all countries consider the 60 dB hearing loss plus 50% discrimination as the in quiet as the gold standard for cochlear implants. But you go to the tendency today, for example, in the United States, they're moving to the 60 and 60. And what is more important, we are now introducing the hearing in noise testing for the indication of cochlear implants. So the third barrier is that we need to modify our audiological indications. And if we consider all of this issue, there are, of course, some areas that will be areas of discussion. because there are an overlapping in the indications even between hearing aids, cochlear implants, and other type of devices that might be discussed. So this is probably another, that I call it a scientific point of view of this problem, in which we have to be clear what are the science telling us according to the results with the different devices in different areas of the hearing loss. So I think that there are a lot of things to make. It's not only a financial problem. I think that is probably the best one or the highest. But there are a lot of problems that comes from indications, from concepts, and even from the knowledge of the technology.
Thank you very much, Angel. I have for Milan a question that maybe everyone don't know very well, but it's what we call out of the counter. Is 4 years ago in the United States, they decided to don't have any contact with audiologists or physician, and hearing aid, it's sold between 200 euro and 500 euro in supermarket. And they call that the out of the counter delivery. And there is plenty of new paper going on showing this impact, the efficiency of this technology. So I will ask Milan if he has any opinion on out of the counter delivery system, and maybe other on the roundtable can give also after Milan some comment on this new way of accessing to the hearing aid technology.
Actually, sorry, this technology is not available in our country. You can find some devices which probably do not work, and it's not really recommended or available in the country. But the distribution of the hearing aids in my country is in the hands of phoniatricians. So it's a different approach. But what I would like to comment about the improvement of hearing in adults, definitely it's necessary, especially in the context we have already heard from Lawrence, that screening is a nice word. And for children, we call it as a universal hearing screening. That means that everybody gets screened. For adults, it's screening. Is it screening? It's something like searching for people who do not hear well. So the awareness to let them know they have to test their hearing is really extremely important, because nowadays there are a lot of possibilities to test the hearing without visiting a doctor. Once you can see that you have a problem from the Apple iPhone tests, you can any apps are available for testing the basic testing of hearing. You can identify the problem, and then this can be the indication to go for looking for help from the specialists. So awareness, awareness, and awareness, because this is something we cannot force people to go to the doctor. They have to come by them out.
Do someone have an opinion on out-of-the-counter delivery hearing aid? Manuel, did you have an opinion, or Professor Tweed, do you have an opinion on out-of-the-counter? Manuel first, and then Professor.
I think it's
over-the-counter hearing aids software. I don't know in Vietnam is have many, because there's some companies. Hearing aid company come to Vietnam from Europe, from Australia, but they present some kind of hearing aids, but as software like Bluetooth. Yes, I think that we have some, but not many, but very expensive, and the government don't pay for the counter hearing aids software, and any hearing aids that the patient have to pay. I think that in Vietnam now the hearing aids that increase for our population, but we don't have any program for whole country, for especially for even for newborn screening. We don't have for whole country. Just for some hospital obstetric or pediatric hospital only. And for adults, like Professor Milan Profen just says, we have some app for identify themselves, and after that they can go to the specialist, ENT specialist, to ask the advice for hearing. Yes, now.
How is it in Spain, the delivery? Could you comment, Manuel, on this out-of-the-counter concept, and what is the way to deliver the hearing aid in Spain?
Well, people can buy by themselves in the, branches of hearing aids. So there is no need any prescription by doctors or ENTs. So this is my point related with OTCs. So any kind of hearing aids, OTCs, or another hearing device, in my opinion, must be prescribed by the ENT. This is my opinion, because it is the way to have positive results when you use these devices. Otherwise, it's a marketing question that sometimes you find.
In our country, hearing aid I consider as a medical device. And when you have the medical device label, you need to have a prescription.
No, in Spain.
The medical device, at least...
Well, medical device, implanted medical device, yes.
No,
but no hearing aids. For example, in my country, you need the prescription of a medical doctor or ENT specialist.
It's what I say. In France, the Autorité de Santé consider hearing aid as a medical device, and you absolutely need a prescription. And if we look, it's just a comment of what can be done in our country. Yes, we need a broad range of screening that can be done by self-test, as you have said, like Aura, like any application. The family doctor can do it. Anyone should be participant to screening. Nurses, family. Then we try to develop the concept of symmetric hearing loss without red flag, without any vertigo, without any asymmetry, without any hearing loss, and give the capacity to the family doctor or the geriatrician who has been some training to prescribe an hearing aid. If there is a complex situation, we will reserve for the ENT and capacity of having technology in between. Prescription stay the first and necessary for any hearing aid. And then we try to set up in our program what we call traceability, to follow this patient in the same interoperability system than the other. Do you have any comments, Sue, and Vincent, on how do you manage this, let's say, pathway of hearing rehabilitation in Australia or in UK? Vincent, or
yes. Can I have, first I would like to have a question. Yes, thank you, sorry.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I have two questions about the hearing aid fitting for the aging people and for the people not like the children, because in our country we already have the the system of screening for the children with the age preschool or school. But for the aging person, for example, we don't have yet enough audio prosthesis because we don't have the education for the audio prosthesis in Vietnam. So still have the OTC, but the OTC hearing aid fitting, they sell in the store, like for the equipment, health equipment or instrument everywhere in Vietnam. So people can go to this kind of store to ask for the hearing aid with the price very cheap. For example, I think about $150 US. and then people use that, and if it normally is not very good, but with the my hearing loss and a very light hearing loss, it can useful. But after that, if they think that it's not enough, they can go to ENT doctor or the general doctor, and they ask people to go for the. Until now, we already have some like a company who sells the hearing aid, and they also open the store for the audiologist testing, and then they can give the good hearing aid fitting for the people. So I would like to ask the panel, you in the panel, that is it possible that people can use the hearing aid OTC? The second question is we are very not that in our problem is in Vietnam until now for the children or for the aging person, we don't have the payment of the health insurance, the national insurance for that. So if people ask for one hearing aid given by prescribing for the ENT doctor and by the good company, it's very, very expensive for them. So rarely people can afford that. So do you have the covering of the government for the hearing aid in Asian people or in children? Thank you.
Want to answer these two questions, one on the OTC and the other on covering. Maybe Vincent, you want to see, and then want to answer to the question. Maybe Vincent, you want to make a comment on the OTC, and Angel made a comment of covering. Okay, Vincent?
Just quickly, the access to hearing aids is provided for free from the government for anybody under the age of 21, anybody with a chronic illness or disability who has a card, for aged people who are on the pension, over 67 for men and over 65 for women, and for veterans who qualify, and they can self-refer, and they will be assessed, and hopefully if there is something suspicious, they will be referred on to an otolaryngologist or an otolaryngology department in a public hospital, but they may not. As far as hearing aids for others are concerned, for anybody over 21 who is otherwise healthy, they can self-refer, and it's a very large business in Australia. There are large companies who are many times linked to the hearing aid manufacturers. So there's what we call vertical integration. The manufacturers run the shops and so on. There are as many hearing aid shops as there are shops for glasses. In those settings, there are two types of testing, one by technicians and one by trained audiologists. The prices can vary. A standard good set of hearing aids should cost in Australian dollars about $3,500. But some people get quotations for $10,000, some even for $20,000. So there's a big business there. And again, people go along to be seen. They are very frequently sold hearing aids. These days they are told that if they don't get a hearing aid, they'll become demented, they'll become depressed and so on. So there's marketing for it. Hopefully if there's something suspicious turned up, they'll be referred on to their doctor or to an ENT surgeon. Again, this doesn't always happen. We would prefer to do what is suggested in Spain, that all people are assessed by an ENT surgeon first, but the horse is bolted, the door is open and that's gone. And what we rely now on is the person testing the hearing to on-refer if they see something suspicious.
Well, according to the providing services in our country, as you know, Spain have 17 different areas, or let's say federal or regional areas, so it can vary. But the general regulation in my country, we provide the hearing aids to all population below the age of 28 years of age, and also for those patients in which they have in the handicap evaluation score, more than 40%. So that means a lot of people with disabilities can have these hearing aids. Regarding to the cochlear implant, the cochlear implant is a universal technical device that is provided by the national government, but it depends on the indication. The indication may vary from area to area. So you can find areas in which the cochlear implants are only provided to patients with bilateral hearing loss, and you have areas in which you have included another new indications. But in general basis, it's a universal the financial support is universally provided by the government in cochlear implants.
Another comment or question? Sue?
Can I comment about?
Excuse me?
Can I comment about nice?
Yes.
Or not so nice? But Professor Fraisse, I really liked your slide before, the one that showed us a very inclusive way of moving ahead with screening, including ENT, but carers and everybody involved, which is how it has to be. And I really liked that. In the UK, NICE is our National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, and it's a hugely strong organisation. It decides what is going to be funded and what is not going to be funded. So for cancer care, for example, if NICE says a treatment is not going to be funded, there is no way you will get that on our National Health Service. So this was a really important document in 2018, but sadly it hasn't really moved things very far. So it was about supporting our general practitioners, who people see regularly, in their engagement, the primary care doctors, to manage hearing loss in adults. But if you go to your GP, you will see lots of leaflets about meningitis, about COVID, about obesity, about smoking. Will you see a leaflet in the GP surgery about hearing loss? No. So another opportunity missed, which we're really trying to address very hard to move forward. So in the UK, on our National Health Service, then hearing aids are free, but adults will only get one in many places, not two, in spite of the fact that we have two ears and need bilateral hearing. So many places in the UK is moving more to a private practice model where people can afford to go for their own hearing aids because of cutbacks in funding in the UK. And just my final point, I would say that I think the best salesperson for hearing aid or cochlear implant is not an ENT doctor, it is a successful user. A successful hearing aid user will try and persuade all their friends to have hearing aids because it makes life much easier. And a cochlear implant user, if you ask a cochlear implant user, why did you decide to have an implant? It isn't often that they say it was because the ENT doctor persuaded me or told me I needed it. It was because they met another cochlear implant user
I
who was
will
satisfied.
make a comment on the successful user. A successful user is someone who has a good prescription. A successful user is someone who has a good indication. And a successful one is someone who has a good fitting. So when you talk about a successful user, is all the chain. Is someone who has been screened,
exactly,
which is not too late, who has a good prescription, a good diagnosis, who has a good fitting of the hearing aid. So good successful is the end of the process, is the end of the traceability.
Absolutely, and I also liked your point about traceability.
So I come back to Manuel on the importance of a good prescription.
Absolutely.
I fully agree with that.
The satisfied user will take the people to the good physician.
To the good doctor. Practice. So we need to have satisfied patient. So Professor Thuy, I guess we have already thanked all the panelists for the tremendous intervention. Do we have any question in the room, just to the panelists? Did you want to make any comment? No comment for the panelists? In Turkey, you don't have any comment to our panelists? No? In France, Patrice, any comment? Too much comment. Okay, so if there is no comment, I would like really to thank all the panelists, and again for this first session, thank you so much.
Distinguished guests, the organizing committee has prepared a tea break outside of the conference hall. We invite all delegates to take a break and enjoy the refreshment.
Et donc, il garde dans sa mémoire des satisfactions. Et après, vous ne le récupérez pas. Il y a beaucoup de papiers maintenant qui semblent montrer que le self-fitting, la forme, la bonne prescription, de la bonne indication, un bon réglage.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to invite our foreign guests to the photo opportunity. Please. We would now like to invite our foreign guests to the stage for a photo opportunity, so we can capture this memorable moment together. Dear moderator and speaker, can we move to the stage and take a picture together to memorize this moment?
Continue. More. Qua xíu nữa đẹp không? Qua xíu nữa đẹp không? Nó bị thiếu không? Chỗ đại này. Qua xíu nữa đẹp. Tại nó lọt nó không giữa, không bị kéo xẹo vào. Okay, perfect. Take a look at me. Nào, ai đó. Có lên không em? Rồi về đây nha. Không quay luôn nha anh An ơi. Anh chụp xong rồi sắp vô quay ha. Dạ. Cái đẹp hơn hả? Now everybody, take a look at me now. Your eyes over here. And then take the video, and then take the video. And then take the video.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Continue. And then see me. Smiling. 1, 2, 3.
That's okay. Thank you. That's good. Yeah.
Chị lên đi, Thầy Huy đẹp quá. Để cho đón đi đó. Đó. Yes, the picture. Yes. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Giữa này nè em.
Anh Trọng ơi, anh check của em đang trình chiếu một cái slide nhưng mà nó chưa hiện lên hình. Anh Trọng cho em xin back row với ạ.
Alo. Yes, mời mọi người vào hội trường luôn đi. Alo.
progress.
Anh Trọng ơi, anh chuyển sang slide giúp em nhé. In just a few moments, our event will continue shortly. Kindly make your way into the ballroom, take your seat. We sincerely appreciate your cooperation and thank you.
Where is the lady?
Xin quý vị đại biểu, các vị khách quý vui lòng di chuyển vào hội trường, ổn định chỗ ngồi để chương trình được diễn ra. Ban tổ chức xin chân thành cảm ơn sự hợp tác của quý vị và mong sự kiện hôm nay sẽ mang lại nhiều giá trị ý nghĩa.
So, good morning, everybody. Once again, I would like to stress the hard work Professor Thuy and her team have done for this meeting, and moreover, we were here 5 years ago, and I can see the progress in this country, not only this meeting, but going outside. That's really something which I appreciate how Vietnam is developing. Our next panel is dealing with the middle ear surgery. We have very distinguished panelists, Patrice Tran-Ban-Huy from Paris, France, Professor Sekin from Jakarta from Indonesia, Professor Kalsioglu from Istanbul, Turkey, as well as Professor Orhan from Istanbul, Turkey, Vincent Cousins from Melbourne, and Professor Lam Huyen Tran from Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. These are the titles of the presentations. My presentation, I will only introduce this panel since tomorrow, 10:55, I will have a lecture which is more fitting to this panel, and moreover we are now about 50 minutes behind the time schedule, so I will skip my presentation and I will ask Patrice Tran-Ban-Huy to give us his talk on the imaging in middle ear surgery. Patrice?
Sure. So thanks, Milan. Okay, thanks. So with my colleagues, Malika Boussena, who is a very good radiologist, I would like to emphasize the contribution of imaging in some middle ear pathologies. But due to time limitations, because I just have 10 minutes, I will limit my comments on two pathologies, namely otosclerosis and cholesteatoma. As for otosclerosis, you know that imaging is not a legal prerequisite, but is strongly recommended for the following reasons. It helps in confirming the diagnosis, it predicts the functional prognosis, it anticipates technical difficulties, it can explain the failures and complications. Finally, he protects the surgeon against a forensic complaint. As you know, sometimes CT scan can be negative, or history and the audiometry is in favor of the diagnosis. But most of the time, you will observe thickened footplate. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. As you can see in the middle, and you can also observe a small anterior focus just in front of the anterior part of the footplate. But as I said, it can eliminate also some other pathologies when you're facing a conductive hearing loss. For example, you can discover an absent crus, the lysis of the incus, an epitympanic fixation, and dehiscent semicircular canal. And these etiologies may cause also a conductive hearing loss. As I said, imaging may predict the functional prognosis of your surgery. And you know that when you find a very strong cochlear otosclerosis surrounding completely the cochlea and reaching the internal auditory meatus or extending the vestibule, you know that in these cases, the functional result will be very poor usually. Imaging can also anticipate some technical difficulties. And you know here that you can find an obliterated round window which will impair the result. You say that you will be at risk of gusher if you have a communication between the internal auditory meatus and the inner ear, or if you have dilation of the vestibular aqueduct. It also anticipates technical difficulties when you have a huge focus of otosclerosis, as you can see on the left side, or if you discover a narrow oval window, it's oval window, not round window. And you know that the limitation is 1.5 millimeters. Below, you are facing a very narrow oval niche. Other difficulties can be raised by the position of the facial nerve. And you know that if you have a precedent facial nerve, like you can see on the middle or on the right side of the slide, then you know that you are at risk of getting a facial palsy. And another very strange and interesting case is that when you are not able to visualize the foramen spinosum. You see that on the right part in the red, you have the position of the foramen spinosum. If you don't have on the other side the foramen spinosum, that means that you will find a stapedial artery running between the branches of the stapes. So this is a rare case, but you should be informed before performing surgery. Now, when you get a failure or complication, basically you must distinguish between two possibilities. First, you have the persistence or the reappearance of an airborne gap. In this case, CT scan is often enough to make the diagnosis and to explain why you got a failure or complications. You have on the left side a dislocation of the piston, a lysis of the long process, which may occur a few months or even few years after your surgery, and you may observe also an ankylosis of the malleus stapes, reaching the anterior part of the bony attic. Another explanation can be done by the reproliferation of the focus of the otosclerosis, which block the piston. And also you have here on the left side, on the right side, fibrosis which surround the piston and obviously which impair the hearing. Finally, you observe, you may have also, no, sorry, there is a failure. Okay, no. You have also sometimes a pneumolabyrinth. And if I may confess something, you probably know that when you have a pneumolabyrinth, for many people, this suggests a perilymphatic fistula. I must admit that I almost never saw a fistula, perilymphatic fistula in my life. Maybe it's not the case of my colleagues. But still, you may have a pneumolabyrinth. There is nothing to do, just to wait that the clearance of the bubbles. I'm not sure that this means a perilymphatic fistula. I don't know if my colleagues have already seen a perilymphatic fistula. I never saw it, but that's okay. Another complication can be explained by the MRI, which is a labyrinthine hemorrhagy. And you see that you have low intensity signals in the semicircular canal and the anterior part of the vestibule, just in anterior part, just in front of a high hypersignal, which correspond to the hemorrhage within the labyrinth. And finally, you can get a granuloma. Okay, so now what about imaging in cholesteatoma? Unquestionably, imaging is mandatory before performing surgery for cholesteatoma, before surgery and in post-operative surveillance. CT scan has many advantages. It confirms the diagnosis because the aspect of a cholesteatoma is rather typical. It provides to the surgeon some anatomo-surgical clues before performing surgery. It allows to evaluate the ossicular status before and after surgery. And finally, it can induce irradiation, but now the dose of irradiation is very low with the new machines. MRI, on the other side, has a very great interest because, as you will know, it confirms absolutely the presence of a cholesteatoma. In case of recurrence, as I would say, it avoids, in many cases, it avoids surgery. So this is a typical aspect of a small cholesteatoma. And when the history or the audiometry and the otoscopy is in favor of the cholesteatoma, CT scan is enough. There is no need to perform an MRI. However, in some instances, MRI can be of a great help. For example, on the left side, you have a small hyposignal. And your question is to know, does it correspond to a cholesteatoma? And you know that by diffusion, MRI can make for sure the diagnosis when you see this hypersignal. In the case on the right side also, you have a confirmation of the diagnosis. So CT scan can avoid a disaster. This is the interesting case of a very young patient who was referred for a cholesteatoma on the right side. Actually, the general practitioner told me that it was a bilateral case. Okay, so on the right side, the aspect was typical. On the left side, there was not a cholesteatoma, but as you can see on the right side, it was a decent carotid artery, you know. So imagine can avoid a surgical disaster if you have the intention to operate on the right side, on the left side. As I said, MRI is a big interest in the post-operative surveillance. This morning, I was speaking with a colleague about what we call the second look. Now, I think the second look is not systematic because MRI can help you in knowing if there is a real cholesteatoma. You have on the left side a CT scan of a patient operated for a radical mastoidectomy. On MRI, you have a signal corresponding to a fibrosis. But using diffusion, you see that on inside there was a small cholesteatoma. And now we know that when you want to make sure if it's needed to reoperate your patient, MRI is absolutely necessary because you will know if you have or not recurrence of a cholesteatoma, and it avoids useless surgery. Finally, the same story for a case. You want to know if you have this opacity in the attic correspond to a cholesteatoma. Yes, indeed, by performing MRI diffusion, you know now for sure that this was a small cholesteatoma. And my talk is finished because I just had 10 minutes. Also, CT imaging before surgery can be a great help. If you have a cholesteatoma here on the low pneumatized mastoid or pneumatized mastoid, the story will not be the same as you know. So it can help you to assess your surgical strategy because depending on the size of the mastoid, your surgery will not be the same. So I think my 10 minutes are over, and I thank Mylan for this talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrice. for your overview on imaging autosclerosis and cholesteatoma, which is very important in our practice. Please come here and sit down in the panel session, and we will continue with presentations since the discussion will come afterwards. So the next presentation for us is from Vincent Cousins on myringoplasty and tympanoplasty, about the principles.
Good morning. Sorry. Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this fantastic meeting. And I think there's a lot for all of us to learn. I've been asked to talk about myringoplasty and tympanoplasty, the principles, in 10 minutes. Very easy job. Sorry, that should just go. It's not advancing. Move too far. I want this one first. This is wrong. Yeah, but I can't use this. I can use that. I can do it there, if that works. Yes. Yeah. This one. Okay. Sorry about that. Sorry. Okay, so tympanoplasty is the repair of the sound transformer mechanism, which means the tympanic membrane and the ossicular chain, the connection from the eardrum to the inner ear. In 1950s, Wulstein from Würzburg in Germany made a classification that we still use. He described 5 types, and in essence, type 1 is repair of the drum or myringoplasty. Type 2 is the repair of the ossicles, and type 3 the same, a little bit more complicated with type 3. And then 4 and 5 are different. 4, the drum is directly on the oval window. 5 is a fenestration, and the membrane is exposed to the world. So what we're talking about will be type 1 myringoplasty and types 2 and 3. And we have Dr. John Sheehy from Los Angeles to thank for this, a simple way of remembering the priorities, that our first priority is to have a healthy ear. Doesn't matter about the hearing, doesn't matter about anything if you have a dangerous condition. You must have a safe ear first. Then what we would like to have is an ear that is closed to the outside world and therefore waterproof. That's the healed ear. And then the third priority would be to think about the hearing. Now, when we're talking about hearing and helping hearing, you think, why should it be the third priority? Well, you mustn't have a life-threatening condition that's left there. And in order to help hearing, very frequently we'll need a closed drum because we need to have something that will pick up the sound or something that will allow the patient to wear a hearing aid. So that's the order of the priorities. Healthy first, healed second, and hearing is third. The timing of the tympanoplasty, it may be done at the time of eradication of the disease, and traditionally we didn't do that. We did an operation to eradicate the disease, we waited, we did a second stage, and we did the tympanoplasty, the ossicular chain reconstruction at the second stage. There are very good reasons why we don't always need to do that. If there's not cholesteatoma, then we can clear the disease and do the repair. And if there is cholesteatoma, as Patrice has said, we now have the second look procedure that will help us modify how we follow these patients. And it may be that it's just a tympanotomy that is required. It may be that we do a canal wall up or a canal wall down procedure. And with any of those, we can repair the chain if it's required. If the disease is already controlled, then it may be a straightforward myringoplasty. We may do the myringoplasty and the ossicular chain reconstruction. We don't want to operate on an ear that is the only hearing ear. So we require there to be good hearing on the other side. And it may be good hearing alone, or it may be good hearing with some assistance, so such as an ear that can hear but needs a hearing aid. Generally, we do not operate, or almost never operate, on an only hearing ear just for hearing. It's acceptable and often necessary to operate on an only hearing ear if there is potentially dangerous disease, such as a significant cholesteatoma. But the rule generally is that we would not operate just for hearing on an only hearing ear. So we require there to be adequate hearing on the other side. And then we talked about on the operative ear, there may be disease, there may not be. We're aiming, first of all, to get the drum closed. Secondly, to then have a dry ear, and if we can, surgically correct the hearing. It may be that there's a perforation and there's a fixation of the stapes. Well, we're not going to do an auricular chain reconstruction on that. So the aim in that patient would be to have a closed, dry ear and then use a hearing aid for the conductive loss. The access can be via the canal, can be endoral, and it can be post-auricular. Via the canal, we can do it via the perforation or razor flap. The endoral and post-auricular approaches allow us to harvest some grafting material. And the methods these days could be endoscopic, they could be microscopic, or it might be a chance of recurrent, well, better in a recurrent perforation. If you use fascia and it's failed, then a cartilage graft would be good. If there's poor eustachian tube function and tendency for retraction, then it's a good thing to put a cartilage graft in to prevent retraction. And if the ear is wet at the time you're operating, then it's a greater chance of success with the cartilage graft. Because it's rigid and fixed in some areas, it can prevent retraction if there's poor eustachian tube to prevent extrusion. And Mirko Toss put together a nice classification of 5 or 6 types of cartilage grafts that you can see there's a reference there. Now, if we then move on to auricular chain reconstruction, what are the prerequisites? Again, we don't want to operate on an only hearing ear for hearing, so we must have adequate hearing with or without an aid on the other side. Again, it may be that the ear is the disease is controlled, and the aim with an auricular chain reconstruction is to improve the hearing. So we must have good bone conduction on this ear, we must have good speech discrimination with amplification, and we must have a mobile stapes. And the possibilities that we might encounter with the top ear, there's basically a straightforward perforation, a little retraction there, but a perforation, small perforation, and we can't really tell clinically what the ossicles are like. The hearing test may help us. With this one, there's a big retraction of the posterior segment of the drum, and the incus is missing, the oval window is here, that's the facial nerve there, and you can see that there's going to be, if we decide to repair that, lift the drum and put a graft in, one, we'd probably use a cartilage graft to prevent recurrence of retraction, and two, we're going to have to replace the ossicles because they're missing. And the possibilities of what we may find are here. It may be that the incus only is missing. It may be that the incus and the superstructure are missing. It may be that the malleus and incus are missing, and it may be that all of the things, malleus, incus and superstructure, are missing. But if we're going to repair the hearing surgically, we must have a mobile footplate. And in general, the more that is still present, the better the result of the procedure. With minimal residue of the chain, the results are likely to be significantly poorer. Now, what are the types of auricular chain reconstruction? The first is a columella, which basically is a column of bone just sitting there to join the drum to the top of the stapes or the footplate. An assembly, it's a little bit more sophisticated in that we have notches in the graft that will allow pseudo joints, if you like, that there'll be a little fitting of the malleus onto a notch, and there'd be something that allows the graft or the prosthesis to sit on the stapes head. So it's assembled, and there are joints, if you like. They're not true joints, but little joints between the graft and the existing ossicles. And in general, this is more stable because it's a little better locked, less chance of extrusion because the malleus is protecting it from that, and the results of hearing are generally better with an assembly. The choices are autograft these days. That's a patient's own bone. Here's an incus that's been drilled. This is the the long process here has been drilled away and a notch is there. This is the short process and a little notch is placed there, and that notch is for the malleus handle, and this sits over the malleus head. We can then go for allograft designs made of all sorts of different things. Classically, we talk about partial and total prostheses, and there might be composites with metal and ceramic and so on. And the reason there are so many grafts available on the market is that none of them is perfect. And again, I mentioned that if we're going to put something artificial in there, we need to protect the drum with a cartilage disc. And the ideals we're always seeking, we want the ideal material that is biocompatible and not risky. We want the best possible design, and we want very good technique. And all of us are still searching for that holy grail. So the predictors of outcome with vesicular chain reconstruction are the state of middle ear disease, the residual ossicles, what the hearing like on the other side, what's the hearing like on the side that we're operating on, and a couple of small things that can help. One is the Belfast rule of thumb, and the other in assessing the result would be the Glasgow benefit plot. There are predictors of better outcome, and they are that if the drum is already there and stable, if the malleus handle is still there, if the eustachian tube's good, if there's no adhesion to make scarring, if it's the first operation, if the canal wall is still up so the anatomy otherwise is normal, a good technique, then all of those things predict a better outcome. The Belfast rule of thumb essentially says that if you can get the air conduction up to less than 30 dB average, or if you can get the air conduction up so there's less than a 15 decibel difference between the operated ear and the other ear, the patient's likely to be happy. Just quickly, in working out the pure tone, most of us would use 500, 1, 2 and 4 hertz. The American Academy uses 500, 1, 2 and 3 hertz, so you need to be careful when looking at data and reporting. Now, in reporting outcome, one of the principles of it, of the procedures, is to look at our outcomes and learn from them. We could ask what the patient says. Do you hear better? Yes. Is the hearing socially adequate, meaning that the pure tone is 30 or less? You can look at the level of the pure tone average and the speech scores. You can look at the size of the air-bone gap that's still there. You can measure how much the air-bone gap reduced from before to after the surgery. You can look at any reduction in bone conduction or speech discrimination, which essentially are a complication of the surgery. And there is this thing called the Glasgow benefit plot put together by George Browning and team in 1991. Essentially, this is it. You can look it up. I won't go through it in too much detail, but basically it plots the pure tone average of the operative ear and the non-operative ear. Two bad ears are going to sit here. One bad ear is going to sit here, and what you're trying to do is get that poor hearing down into this better level. It all looks at 30 decibels, talking about social adequacy, and both ears are plotted. Sorry. The possible improvements are just as the green, moving them from, if we're talking about the operative ear, here's the operative ear here, poor hearing is up here, and we're trying to move it down into better than 30 dB. Here's a case that had bilateral conductive hearing loss due to chronic otitis. The left ear is the worse ear. We plotted that on the plot, the benefit plot, and we saw that both ears were down. Here's the preoperative level, and we're hoping to get it to this level. Fortunately, there's the result at a year, and that shows that the conductive component is markedly reduced. And when we plotted that out, we actually got it from the poor level down to here. But note that the hearing on the other ear, on the non-operative ear, is still poor, and there'd be a case for thinking about whether the second ear could be done. So in summary, case selection is important. We have to give due consideration to middle ear disease, whether it's cholesteatoma or chronic other suppurative disease. We should think about the likely ossicular status, what we can see on examination and what we see with the hearing. We need to know what the hearing's like in the operative ear, and clearly we must know what it's like in the contralateral ear. We must assess the patient properly, imaging if necessary, and then the reporting tools are the Belfast rule of thumb. We've talked about the benefit plot, and don't remember that a good result early doesn't always remain long-term, so long-term follow-up is required. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vincent, for your clear overview of the principles of this surgery, tympanoplasty, myringoplasty. Please take a seat in the panel table, and I would like to invite Professor Orhan with the retraction pockets.
Dear Chair and dear colleagues, I would like to thank the Professor Tai for inviting us. I'm honored to be here. I'm from the Istanbul University. My topic is the retraction pockets, how to manage and how to decide what we do. So let's talk about the pathophysiology of the retraction. According to Boyle's law, the pressure and volume of a gas are inversely proportional to each other as long as the temperature and the quantity of gas are kept constant. It's mean in our area, for example, in a small mastoid, sudden pressure change in the middle ear result in greater force being applied to the tympanic membrane. We understand that if we have a sclerotic mastoid, so retraction pocket can become after this pathophysiology. We have a 4 compartment which exchange gases with the middle ear. The first one, there's a between the inner ear to the middle ear via the round window. The second is the atmospheric environment through the tympanic membrane. We have also gas exchange via the mastoid mucosa and air cell systems are very important to regulate the gas exchange mechanism in the middle ear, and also the oscillation tube is a crucial role to equalize the pressure and to protect the middle ear and the clearance. You know, the mucociliary transport is from the middle ear to the nasopharynx. So this is the tympanic membrane. As you see, the posterior part of the lamina propria is thinner than the anterior quadrant, and it has increased vascular supplies. It means that the posterior part tends to retraction compared to anterior part. When we compare to pars tensa and pars flaccida, the collagen fibers has singular and radial in pars tensa, while the fibers is thinner and less organized in pars flaccida. It means that pars flaccida tends to retraction and retraction pocket. So it is a unique topic of the long process of the incus. The single arterials, it has a single arterial supply. It's the incudal artery, which a branch of the anterior tympanic arteries. There is no collateral circulation of the long process of the incus, and the susceptible to the aseptic necrosis. So as you see, that is the retraction pocket and the erosion of the long process of the incus, and this is a Sadet type for retraction. It doesn't work over there. I see the video here, but it doesn't work. That's why I want to use my computer. Okay. We will check the next video. If it doesn't work, I will use my computer, okay? So we have a couple of the classification system of the parse tensor retraction. The SADE classification is commonly used in the worldwide. And SADE 1 is a retracted tympanic membrane, but it doesn't touch the incus. In SADE 2, type 2, the retraction with the contact into the incus, as you see the right side, and the low left, the SADE type 3 middle ear atelectasis, but the tympanic membrane is mobile. If there is no mobility, fixed the tympanic membrane is the SADE type 4. So, doesn't work, sorry. I want to use my computer. I'm so sorry, the technical problem. Okay, in SADE type 1, wait and see is the best treatment option. In type 2, we have a couple of options, wait and see, or we can place a ventilation tube, and we can do the tympanoplasty. If the hearing loss more than the 30 dB, we prefer to do the tympanoplasty in our clinic. In SADE type 3, wait and see, ventilation tube, tympanoplasty with the ventilation tube, or tympanoplasty with the Eustachian balloon tuboplasty are an option of the treatment. In SADE type 4, wait and see, tympanoplasty. If there's a cholesteatoma, we can do the canal wall down tympanoplasty. It is the SADE type 5. If there is a retraction with the tympanic membrane perforation, it is the SADE type 5. This is the Cochrane database about the surgery for tympanic membrane retraction pocket. As you expect, there is no consensus for the treatment of the retraction pocket because there is not enough study to compare and meta-analysis and review in the literature. So this is another study, cartilage tympanoplasty combined with Eustachian tube balloon dilatation. As you see, the postoperative air-bone gap decreases statistically significant in cartilage tympanoplasty alone and cartilage tympanoplasty with Eustachian ballonplasty. So they concluded that the cartilage tympanoplasty combined with the balloon dilatation could be used as an appropriate surgical technique for adhesive otitis media. This is the pars flaccida classification. TOS classification is also commonly used for pars flaccida. Type 1, there's a retraction, but it not contact with the malleus head. In type 2, contact with the malleus head. Type 3, limited outer attic wall aeration. And type 4, severe outer attic wall aeration, as you see the right side. And the pathophysiology of the attic retraction are different from those of the pars tensor retraction. That's why we do not prefer to ventilation tube placement in pars flaccida retraction pocket. Tensor fold is a crucial role for retraction, and atticotomy is indicated in TOS 3 and 4. And this is the endoscopic cadaveric dissection. We have 3 different type of the aeration system to the epitympanic area. The left side, as you see, the tensor fold is very crucial, anterior and posterior tympanic isthmus are also plays a role for aeration of the epitympanic area. If it is closed, one of them or both of them may result in the retraction and the cholesteatoma of the epitympanic portion. So I would like to show you two cases with the endoscopic transcanal approach for adhesive otitis media. As you see, this is the SADE type 3 retraction. It contact the promontorium. And we started with the Rosen incision with the monopolar cautery. It is a transcanal endoscopic approach. After giving the nitrous oxide, as you see, the elevation of the tympanic membrane from the middle ear and promontorium. We use the cotonoid dissection with the suction, and we insert the middle ear and here you see the tympanic membrane touch the incudostapedial joint. We are elevating the tympanic membrane over there, and there is a small aeration, the tip of the lung of the incus, and we are elevating the tympanic membrane over the malleus head. There is a discontinuity between the incus and stapes. We are using the glass ionomer bone cement application between the superstructure of the stapes and the long process of the incus, and also place the cartilage in order to prevent the retraction in the future. This is the second year after surgery. As you see, there is no retraction. And the left side, before the operation on the left, and there is no gap between there's no bone gap between in the right side, the second year after surgery. This is also the SADE type 3 retraction. The long process of incus and the superstructures of the stapes are missing. As you see, the tympanic membrane is on the oval window and the facial nerve. We are also elevating the tympanic membrane from the middle ear. And the left side, as you see, the facial nerve and round window, we are removing the epithelium from the facial nerve. And the footplate is mobile. I did the surgery during the pandemic area, and there was no ossicular prosthesis in the hospital. I used the incus and to place the cartilage to prevent the retraction in the future, and this is the perichondrium to put over the cartilage, and before and after air-bone gap, as you see, it is close. The hearing is very well. Finally, these are the take-home messages. Untreated retraction pocket can lead to infection, ossicular aeration, cholesteatoma, and hearing loss. Mild cases are typically monitoring, while the severe or progressive cases may require the treatment, surgical or the medical treatment. Endoscopic techniques are highly effective for monitoring and treating retraction pocket. Regular follow-up is very essential. Thank you very much. We are looking for you the IPOS Istanbul meeting in Istanbul. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Serkan, for your beautifully documented presentation. Please take a seat in the panel table. And now I would like to invite Professor Kaltioglu from Turkey to present his cholesteatoma surgery based on congenital cholesteatoma, if I remember well our communication.
Thank you very much, dear President. Also, I want to thank to the Twin, Professor Twin, for kindly invitation me to this meeting and let me opportunity to see this beautiful country one more time. I'm gonna talk about the cholesteatoma. This is my hospital where I am working. And these are my team, my residents and staffs, and also we have to be work together, our audiologists. So these two pictures from my audiology team. And also one more time, welcome for IFOS 2026. Will be in Istanbul. You know what is the cholesteatoma, the squamous epithelium in the middle ear, and it causes some very important problems because it can erode some structures and may cause facial paralysis or hearing loss or some intracranial or extracranial complications. It may be congenital, it may be primary occurred or secondary occurred, of course. Congenital cholesteatoma, what it is cholesteatomy in the middle ear and temporal bone without any previous history of otorrhea or any previous surgical intervention or without any previous perforation. And of course, we have to see intact tympanic membrane. This is the incidence of the congenital cholesteatoma, but we mainly cannot diagnose it earlier because, as I told before, the tympanic membrane is intact and there is no, mainly there is no problem like earache or some others, so we cannot diagnose earlier. What are the treatments? Of course, the treatments is only surgery. We can perform transcanal with endoscopic or microscopic, or we can do canal wall up or canal wall down, or inside-out mastoidectomy, depends on the disease, of course, and also depends on the surgeon's experience and the other things. So I recommend globally to perform ear examination during the early school age, like 6, 7 years old, and to see if there is any middle ear cholesteatoma. And when we see this cholesteatoma in early stage, of course, everything will be easy for us. So which technique, of course, presence of complications, mastoid pneumonization, eustachian tube function, hearing level, surgeon's choice and surgeon's experiences are very important.
If we perform canal wall up mastoidectomy, of course it has some advantages and disadvantages. Faster healing, no need to long-term care and protect, no restriction on restrictions on water sports are our advantages, but of course main disadvantages is the possible residual disease. For the canal wall down, easy exposure of mesotympanium and hypotympanium and less residual diseases is the main advantages, but we need to perform meatoplasty. We may need long-term care problems and slower epithelialization, so these are our disadvantages. Inside-out mastoidectomy, I very like to perform this because we can follow the diseases and we can stop where the disease stops. So I very like to perform this inside-out mastoidectomy surgery. There is some examples of congenital cholesteatoma here. You see, during I diagnosed these patients during research of mine about otitis media with effusion, and then I perform surgery. So you will see how easy to get it out if we can understand earlier there is a cholesteatoma in the middle ear. Just with aspirator, you can take it out very easily. If we are some late, of course we will have some more works to remove the cholesteatoma from the area. This is the middle ear and mastoid cholesteatoma cases. You'll see the cholesteatoma here, and I will work some on the inside, like inside-out mastoidectomy, and will take all cholesteatoma out, but you will see at the end of the surgery we will have some missed ossicles. It means the patient has some hearing loss, even if we can restore that hearing by using some materials. Anyway, to save the time, I will run to our video. This is very late detected cholesteatoma. You see the mastoid cells are looking very well, but there is huge cholesteatoma running to the petrous apex. So it means we will have some more work for this to treatment this huge cholesteatoma. You see it starts here. When we work some more, you'll see the cholesteatoma just under the facial nerve running here. So we have to clean all this epithelium from this area. And when we work on the labyrinthine area, you'll see there is cholesteatoma also in this area. Also, you will see cholesteatoma in the cochlear side. Sorry, what happened? Anyway. Sorry. I need help. Sorry. There is here, but there is nothing there, water. Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is my slide. This is my slide. And I will have to remove all the bones around the facial nerve you see here. Otherwise, it is not possible to be safe from the cholesteatoma. But when you have to remove the bone around the facial nerve, it means you will see at least grade 2, 3 facial paralysis after the surgery. And then, of course, by using some fat tissue, we can obliterate the cavity. We can see some cavity problems after such kind of huge cavities. So we need to obliterate the cavity by using such some different kind of obliteration materials, as you see here. In this video, I have a defect on the tegment, so we need to close that area. Otherwise, we may see herniation from that area. So we have to close it. And for the obliteration, we may use some different materials, but I very like to use bony pate and also cartilage to obliterate the cavity. This is my last slide. So this is for hearing restoration by using cartilage graft and then some materials from the patients, allograft materials, I mean. And for bony pate, the color is because of the batikon, so, and also some cartilage. If you have more bone pate, you can obliterate all the cavity. And I like to cover this area by using fascia. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mahmoud, for this illustration of the congenital cholesteatoma, how it can grow, because I think that all these big cholesteatomas were sometimes congenital cholesteatomas. And I would like to invite Professor Sekin from Indonesia to discuss the facial nerve problems in middle ear surgery.
Thank you from Milan. And also thank you, Professor Tui, he's invited me and all friends from Vietnam, as we are always working together in Asian country, among 10 countries in Asia, maybe more 300 million people in Asian work together. So, in this time, I would like to present my paper, and I will skip some, because only 10 minutes, I'll skip some of my slides here. So, as you know, facial nerve injury is always terrible for us, especially otologists, during Asia. Yeah, we cannot sleep until 1 week. We have a problem with the facial nerve. Yeah, scared to face with the patient, or when we visit, how the patient problem with the facial nerve. So, incidence
is very variable. Let's say from what I brought last one, Sambo, yes, our textbook is very famous textbook, set for 6% for the senior and for youngers, and 4% for the senior. So, sorry. Well, but we know also the facial nerve is very unique, different with the other organs. The longest nerve run in the bone, maybe around 4 centimeters. High risk to trauma because stay in the crowded organ. Not work. And also contain a lot of the nerve like motoric, sensoric, parasympathetic. And last one, the vascularization of the facial nerve is very little, like the labyrinth artery from the ICA, from MMA also, and from below, from, okay, this work, okay? Yeah, okay. So let's see here is the facial nerve stay in a very crowded place like this also, and the real, and this contain of the many nerve, motoric, and so on. And here, this facial nerve is very, and from the below, styloid, mastoid from the external branch of carotis. And the other anomaly also about the central glue has expert about the inner ear malformation. He also find anomaly roots facial nerve and the inner ear malformation. Others from Japan so said find the bifurcation of facial nerve and the stapidotomy in the pediatric cases. How to identify? Yeah, you have mentioned before, Professor Hui, how to CT scan, MRI is very important. And we can do also microscopic, endoscopic, and of course, monitor facial nerve. Like this, I skip this because Professor Hui has explained how to rate the CT scan. And endoscopic, we find facial nerve from the epic, it's very clear. And what the cause actually? Actually, it can from anomaly, congenital, trauma, of course, infection, surgery itself, cholesteatoma, yeah, especially that is mentioned before, surgery of ear, iatrogenic trauma, tumor, and also Bell's palsy. Cause, of course, can be topical analgesic, drill, electric culture, manipulation during surgery, tympanic chordal stretching, infection after surgery, and tumor infiltration. This is data should be do that before we are after and before surgery. And what should we do about the surgery? Yeah, other than conservative, of course, we can do the surgery, decompression, grafting or cable graft anastomosis, rerouting, and reanastomosis. I just limited for decompression and grafting because it's limited. This is a long time slide. This we know that facial nerve covered by cholesteatoma until also inner carotid explore here, we can see that all the cholesteatoma destroy the facial nerve, and see the involved here and tympanic part hanging in the place, and the facial nerve can be decompressed and give the feeding muscle also onto the facial nerve vascularization. This because the fracture of the temporal bone, transversal fracture, the hearing have a sensory neural hearing loss totally, and he has to get left ear with facial paresis, and after 2-3 months he gets decompression because this area is very small, so we use the endoscopic also. This patient actually for the grafting, I hunting the patient. How? Why? I called to my friend. 30,000 islands in Indonesia. So I call to everyone have a problem with the facial nerve iatrogenic trauma, please call me, where you cannot send to my place in Jakarta. So I hunting. This is 1,000 kilometers from Jakarta. So after 2 days, waiting me until the airport, calling time many time. 2 days. The problem show here is the drill come to the low parts of the mastoid, and the drill like this, and we find the facial nerve destroy around 1 or 2 millimeters. I take the sural nerve and grafting. After 6 months, yes, lady, he can get well. This in Jakarta, the young staff do cholesteatoma, large cholesteatoma, and middle ear, but he cured all part, including the facial nerve. So the facial nerve from the tympanic part near the genu until the external genu is disappear. So we take from the sural nerve and make the graft from the facial nerve here and put some tissue. We cover by fascia actually, yeah. We cover fascia temporal, and we got after 1.5 months, he has grade 1 and grade 2 facial nerve paresis. This is grafting, suralis, and great auricular nerve. And this last cases, can you it's not work. Okay. This is not sarcoma. Actually, this is wrong. Schwannoma. Schwannoma of the facial nerve. It's not work. Sorry. With the all total petrous bone is destroyed by schwannoma, and we take out of the tumor, and that time facial nerve is destroyed and the mastoid part and graft with the sural nerve, but it's not a good result because maybe the feeding of the facial nerve can be used. Even I use the periosteal flap for the feeding. Yeah, okay, skip it because okay. So what the impact of the facial nerve paresis? For the patient, decrease quality of life, of course. We are the lady or young lady also, we cannot smile, just leave it. And also affect depression. My patient, he want to commit suicide, he don't want to live again, he's very ashamed with the other friend. And for the doctors, also stress. Yeah, stress for shoe. Hospital also have a stress for shoe. Yeah. And this is my result. The compression only 10 cases, recovery 3 months, and the result 80%. Anastomosis 1 cases, 98%. Grafting 8 anti-enamel 0. Yes, no response because after 2 years. I have also 6 years, but no response. He is diagnosed. Actually, this lady, his husband, neurologist. He said it's the Bell's palsy. I don't believe. And during CT scan, we find that tumor and the tympanic part. This is see that how to improve the quality of life. Yes. After he not more like this, he get married. He get married and very handsome. And this is also young boy. Yeah, yes, paresis and partial nerve grafting 2017, and the left side, and he gets smile very handsome also. What the prevention, we should be planning about the history, time of paresis, grading, ENT status, imaging, electro test, and etc. To decide strategy planning, use facial nerve monitor. Of course, how to decide after we see the imaging. Recognize facial nerve confidently. Always watering the burr during the drilling, especially use with diamond burr and near where the area facial nerve. Taking care bleeding and bone nearest facial nerve is we should be know this is facial nerve, maybe recognize facial tissue and the fallopian canal bone canal. Information, education, and informed consent should be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sekin, for your information with your experience with facial nerve. And I would like to invite Associate Professor Tran Viet Luan to present his paper on endoscopic meninoplasty.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Luân Trân from Pham Ngoc Thuật University of Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. Today I'm talking about the endoscopic meninoplasty. As you know that the endoscopic ear surgery is more and more common around the world. We don't have time, so I skip the anatomy landmark of the middle ear. You may be very familiar with that. So there are some advantages and disadvantages of the endoscopic ear surgery. The advantages that you have no external incision, a simple post-operative care, minimal post-op pain, and you can always do the transcanal approach regardless of the perforance size and anatomy of the ear canal. You almost no need to widen the bony canal in most cases. And you can have a direct visualization of the entire TM and tympanic cavity and related structure, which you cannot have almost always have with the traditional microscope. But it also has some disadvantages. It's a more difficult technique. It's a one-handed technique. If you are the first use the endoscope, you need time to be familiar with the endoscope. But if you are a rhinologist, you can do it easily. So it's a one-handed technique. So if there are a lot of bleeding, you need to control the bleeding very well because you have only one hand and difficult to do the surgery within the bloody field. And also, disadvantage is that there's no 3D images. These are the instrumentation for the endoscopic ear surgery in general. For the myringoplasty, you don't have too many instruments like this. You just need the 0 degree, 30 degree, 2.7 millimeter diameter endoscope, micro scissor, micro forceps, round knife, a needle, and suction tube, different size. How about the graft material? Temporalis facets is common use in the traditional ear surgery. But we found that the tragus cartilage with or without perichondrium is the most convenient material for the endoscopic ear surgery. Because it's easy to have as a tragus cartilage and easier to manipulate with one hand, no shrinkage, more durable graft. It has a very successful rate of the anatomy. According to many research, more than 90%. And even for children or even people with the poor eustachian tube function. And also it provides acceptable acoustic transfer with good mechanical stability. There are disadvantages of the cartilage grafting. It's difficult to detect the recurrent cholesteatoma or mid-ear effusion after the surgery. Bleeding control is very important in endoscopic ear surgery. So first, you need to inject the ear canal skin with the adrenaline cyclogen 1 per 20,000. And you can use the cotton ball to dissect the meatal flap and temporarily control the bleeding. And sometimes you can use the suction round knife. It's a useful instrument, but I rarely use it because I found it's a little bit bulky because you have to connect the round knife with the suction. There are two main endoscopic approaches for the myringoplasty. One is the transcanal approach without flap, and the second one is the transcanal approach with the tympanomeatal flap, like this. For the one without tympanomeatal flap, the indication is a small to medium perforation like this, and no evidence of ossicular discontinuity, or of course, no evidence of the cholesteatoma. With the total perforation like this, you cannot do without tympanomeatal flap. You have to do with a flap. First, I would like to talk about the endoscopic myringoplasty without tympanomeatal flap. I think all of you may be familiar with the cartilage butterfly graft. It's the inlay technique. You have to carve the cartilage like a grommet and place this inlay technique. But we found that it takes time to shape the cartilage, and it's much more difficult if you have the thin cartilage. So how I do it? I do it very simple. I think all of you can do it within 10 to 15 minutes. Like other myringoplasty, first of all, you have to refresh the edge of the perforation and refresh the medial surface of the remnant of the TM. And then you measure the perforation size. And you harvest I harvest the tragus cartilage and then shape it like an island like this. Above this is the cartilage, with the side of the cartilage is equal almost similar to the size of perforation, and around it is the perichondrium. So then you pack the cavity with a gel foam and put the graft, the underlay technique like this, with the cartilage cover the perforation, and you also have the secure perichondrium, about 1 millimeter around it. So we have a successful rate around almost 100%. I never have any failure of the success of the graft with this technique. Here are some examples. This is the small perforation. After refresh the edge of perforation and refresh the undersurface of the TM. And this is the cartilage with the perichondrium, and you put the graft under the TM with this support of the gel foam. And this is a 6-month post-op. Another case, pre-op, post-op, 2 months post-op. Another case, patient also have the atelectasis, TM, perforation, and an atrophic TM. This is 2 months post-op, no atelectasis TM anymore. Next, I would like to talk about the myringoplasty with the tympanomeatal flap. You may be familiar with the perichondrium cartilage island flap like this. You have to separate the cartilage in order to attach the malleus handle and put it underlay technique like this. Or you can do the palisade and mosaic technique to cover the whole eardrum with the cartilage. How I do it? I do a bit different technique. I do, first of all, we have to do inject the ear canal skin with the aniline silocaine, refresh the edge of perforation, refresh the medial surface of the remnant of TM, measure the perforation size, elevate the tympanomeatal flap like this, and then you harvest and shape the triggered cartilage like this. This is my drawing. How to shape it, I will mention later. And then you place the graft. In order to have the large perichondrium like this, with that also the large cartilage, you have to harvest the tragus cartilage, but you preserve the outer free edge of the tragus cartilage, but you cut through the inner free edge of the cartilage. And then you elevate the perichondrium from one side and connect with the perichondrium from the other side. And then you have the bigger graft like this. Most of the case, the cartilage is enough for all kind of on-side of the perforation. And also the total perforation is also enough cartilage. And then you remove a strip of the cartilage in order to attach to the malleus. So this is the cartilage. Sometimes the cartilage is too thick, or the perforation, or the cavity is narrow. You have to split the cartilage with the cartilage splitter like this. And this is the cartilage with the perichondrium is secure on the ear canal, and the cartilage and the strip for the, this one is for the malleus handle attachment. So we elevate the tympanomeatal flap with the cotton ball. This is the fibrous annulus, and after you elevate the remnant TM out of the ossicle, this is the malleus handle, this is the incus, the stapes, the cochlear tympani. And then you place the graft with, you can see here, the strip of mucosa of the cartilage removed in order to attach the cartilage to the malleus handle. I place the graft. Sorry, this one, video clip is a long time ago. I haven't got the new one. And then you place the flap back after you put the graft in. With this technique, you can do for all sizes of the perforation, including the total perforation. We recently published a paper, The Outcome of Transcanal Endoscopic Myringoplasty with a traceless cartilage graft with a 41 patient with chronic otitis media, mean age of 45 years old. The anatomic successful rate is 95%, pre-op PTA is 32.7, and post-op PTA is 22.2 decibel. This is the post-op, pre-op with the large perforation, the hearing test, post-op. Another case with the anterior perforation, intra-op, and post-op. You can see the shock process of malleus handle here. Another case, pre-op and post-op. Another case, 3 weeks after the surgery, you can see the eardrums healing very well, and 2 months post-op. This is the audiogram after the surgery. This is a case with a very large perforation. This is the intraoperative with the cartilage. And you can see the malleus shock process of malleus here, and it's 3 weeks post-operative. And last is the total perforation, a patient with the total perforation, and it is 2 years post-operative the surgery. This is references. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the endoscopic myringoplasty. Please take a seat and we can start. We have some 10 minutes for discussion. So probably I would like to ask first Patrice. Yes, the diffusion weighted images is the best way to image the cholesteatoma, non-echoplanar diffusion weighted images. Sometimes you need the ADC map. But what is your idea what to do with the patient after successful cholesteatoma surgery, and he comes to you 1 year after with nicely looking ear? You send him to follow up the cholesteatoma and you see some small cholesteatoma in the middle ear. These are the patients that would never go for surgery because they have normal dry ear, probably good hearing, and they have the cholesteatoma on the MRI follow-up. What is your policy, how to continue with this patient?
Yeah. It depends on the age, but if you have a young patient and if you discover on the diffusion a small image suggesting a recurrence of a cholesteatoma, indeed you will do surgery. If a diffusion MRI sorry, is positive, then I think you have interest to remove a small recurrence, not waiting for a big one.
Okay.
Is that right?
So,
okay.
Depending on age and this...
Yes, if the patient is 85, yeah, but you won't do anything. But it's an adult. I think the main interest of the MRI, the diffusion, is that it avoid a useless second look.
Yeah.
Okay.
But in fact, it's not an urgent surgery. So if the patient has some problems to go for the surgery in January, so he still can have the surgery at the end of the year.
You can follow him for a few months. But,
yeah. Okay. So, Vincent, what is your favorite material for myringoplasty?
Generally perichondrium, and more often than not composite cartilage and perichondrium.
Okay, I would discuss with you the question of deaf ear on one side and 20-30 dB conductive hearing loss on the other side with perforation, which the audiogram says that this is the only problem of the hearing. I would go for the surgery to improve, not to improve the hearing, to close the ear, even if the other side is deaf. You said that the hearing on the other side is precondition to make a decision on to operate on the only hearing ear.
Sorry about that. Generally, we would suggest that if you have an only hearing ear and you're only operating for hearing, we wouldn't jump to that. But if you then have to wear a hearing aid and you get infection,
perforation is not only the hearing. Perforation is also the safe ear.
Sure, that's what I was going to say, that if you have to wear a hearing aid with a perforation and you get infection, that's a problem, but these days you can use an implantable device. So there are options. I think sometimes your hand is forced if there's significant disease, and it is a little different now that we have a cochlear implant in the back, in the armamentarium, so if you operate on the only hearing ear and you lose the hearing, you have a cochlear implant up your sleeve that we didn't have 30 years ago. But generally we would not teach our young trainees to operate on an only hearing ear for hearing alone.
Okay, Serkan, what is your strategy to operate the epitympanic retraction? Because the mesotympanic retraction is clear, it's fixed, you have to do that. But the epitympanic, sometimes you are not very much sure. You see that not self-cleaning retraction, whether to operate or not. It's quiet here, there is no effusion. What is your strategy regarding such a ear?
So as I mentioned in my presentation, in TOS type 1 and TOS type 2, I prefer to wait and see. But if it is TOS type 3 and 4, I prefer to do surgery with the transcanal endoscopic approach, always. So
even as a planned surgery, the ear is dry and no active, good hearing, you would do the surgery to prevent the cholesteatoma development?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, it's not easy to do this surgery because you need to remove the incus and the head of the malleus in some cases, and you may deteriorate the hearing. But you know that there is a risk of the cholesteatoma. If in TOS type 3 and 4, I would prefer transcanal endoscopic.
Thank you. Mahmoud, I had a chance to see the very small congenital cholesteatoma just by chance, operating on 12-month-old baby for cochlear implantation. And we saw on the CT scan, this was not in my country, in the Central Asia, they do not provide the MRI, they do only the CT scan. I saw the something which may be what other can be in child, cholesteatoma. So we went for that side, and I saw that small cholesteatoma, so you can really, if we have the preventing surgery for small cholesteatoma, they would never go that big. And we removed the cholesteatoma, and we stopped the surgery on that side and implanted the other side, not to avoid the control by MRI to see if there is any advancing of the cholesteatoma on the operating side. So do you agree with such a systematic, this kind of work for congenital cholesteatoma with the cochlear implantation?
You told that he or she is around 1 year old, right?
1 year, 12 months, yeah.
Okay. I prefer same as you to perform the cochlear implant at the other side, and 1 year later control by MRI, and then if there is nothing as a cholesteatoma, perform the cochlear implant in that side.
Yes, that's in a country like Turkey or mine. In that country where I did the surgery, the bilateral cochlear implantation is not covered by the government, so they would have to buy the implant, so they will not go for the second implant.
Actually, last years, maybe last 5 years, our social security company covered by bilateral.
Okay.
Till 4 years old.
Yeah. Okay. So, Professor Sekin, how do you fix the graft? Do you just place it and put some fascia on it and end to end without any suture, or you try to adapt some kind of tiny sutures at the end to end, at the graft fixation?
Yeah, good question. Formally, I use the suture with the 8-0.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's difficult to
always
to suture.
Not sometimes, always.
That switch off. I on the okay. Okay. So what? Sorry. Okay. So what solution for that? I cover by the fascia, temporal fascia, the facial nerve, and put in the top with the connective tissue, and give the feeding for temporal bone. Periosteum for feeding the facial nerve. That's my.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. The last question is regarding the endoscopic myringoplasty. I wouldn't agree that there is no incision. You have to take the graft. But there is an incision because some Philippine surgeons can do it without the graft taken, but not us. Yes, but you know the question is how often you have to change the surgical technique for microscopic technique because of bleeding, because of having some problems or something like that. Is that 0, 5%, 20%? What is your opinion?
Yeah, very interesting question. Thank you. For the endoscopic ear surgery in general, especially cholesteatoma, retraction pocket, sometimes you have to change to microscope or you do a combined approach. But for the myringoplasty, my experience, I never have to change to the microscopic approach. Because it's bleeding, you just place some cotton with the adrenaline and wait for a while, and then the bleeding stops, and you can still continue to do that.
Okay. Thank you very much all for listening to the experienced surgeons. Thank you, the panelists, for a beautiful panel, and see you in the afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, session 2 has now officially concluded. Please, moderator and speaker, we will move to training room number 5 to use lunch. As for delegate,